Test, 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 test. All good? Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be in the room with you today, especially people we have been working on this for so long. And now we are able to share the room. My name is Ilia Siatitsa. I am a member of Privacy International, a London-based an organization that works globally with partners to challenge government and corporate data and technology exploitation. And we are here today to discuss human rights-centered technology in emergency responses. In the aftermath of the pandemic found more than half of the world's countries enacting emergency measures in response to COVID-19 pandemic. These measures included the rapid introduction and repurposing of surveillance measures and technologies to fight the COVID-19 pandemic that has downstream impacts on human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the rule of law. Nearly 3 years after the start of the pandemic, now is the time to take stock, assess the legality, necessity, and proportionality of the surveillance measures and technologies introduced to fight the pandemic, and determine what lessons have been learned so that governments and civil society and the entire world are better prepared for the next global emergency. Also, we need to make sure that these measures and practices should not be normalized and remain with us considering the effect they had and continue to be having on our freedoms. In a joint initiative by ECNL, INCLO, and PI, with support of partner organizations, including INCLO members, that they are here with us in the room, and with whom we will talk more during the discussion. We have been conducting an in-depth research on these surveillance measures and identified globally observed trends about the harms of the COVID-19 surveillance measures on civil society and beyond that we plan to present in an upcoming report that we hope to release sometime mid-December. Today, we would like to share some of these findings with you, and we're hoping to make today's workshop a dialogue with all of you that will inform the upcoming report. In the next few minutes, my fellow panelists will provide an overview of our findings and recommendations, and then we would like to open the floor to hear your thoughts and opinions and experiences and gaps, and more generally on what should happen in the future. Let me briefly present. Olga Kronin is the project manager in the area of surveillance and human rights in the 15-member International Network of Civil Liberties Organizations, INCLO. She's based in Dublin, Ireland, where she's also a policy officer in the same area at the Irish Council for Civil Liberties. Karolina Iwanska is the Digital Civic Space Advisor at the European Centre for Not-for-Profit Law, ECNL, working on the impacts of technology on civil freedoms and coordinating ECNL's advocacy on EU level, notably the EU AI Act. So, Olga, can you give us an overview of the findings?
Thanks, Ilya, and thanks everyone who has made it here this morning. We've been looking forward to having this conversation and get any feedback or insights that you might want to share on our work. And our researchers are here today with us, as Ilya said, and they'll get to introduce themselves when we chat. So basically, Ilya has given given an overview of the why we've done this project, and what I'll do is just give an overview of the how and the what. So basically, as Ilya explained, ECNL, PI, and INCLO, in collaboration with Nina Jaganera of Stanford University, first did some desktop research of just to see what kind of measures were out there and what surveillance measures were taken in response to COVID-19. And then after that, INCLO, as Ilya mentioned, is a 15-member network of civil liberties organisations around the world, and we surveyed all our members about the COVID measures and rules and laws that were put in place. Out of those surveys, we felt that there were several jurisdictions worthy of deeper examination. So we asked our colleagues, De Justicia in Colombia, Contras in Indonesia, the Kenyan Human Rights Commission in Kenya, and the Legal Resources Centre in South Africa to carry out that deeper work. And we further asked our research partners, La Quadrature du Net, excuse my French, in France, and independent researcher Amber Sinha in India to do that same deeper work in those jurisdictions. So that brought to 6 the number of jurisdictional kind of case studies that we had. Then we used those case studies to as the basis for our report. And when we looked further into all of those case studies, we basically identified 5 key trends. And those 5 key trends kind of brings us to our findings. So those 5 key trends were, first of all, the repurposing of existing security measures, silencing of civil society, the risk of abuse of personal data, the influential role of private companies, and the normalisation of surveillance beyond the pandemic. In terms of the first trend, the repurposing of existing security measures, in response to COVID-19, some governments took advantage of the existing frameworks and resources that had originally been introduced for counter-terrorism measures. These moves included drawing upon existing legislation, the deployment of military technologies, and the use of national intelligence services. We saw in Israel the use of the Shin Bet intelligence services to retrace the movements of people who had tested positive for COVID so that they could identify people who they had been in contact with. And they did this by basically tapping into a previously undisclosed trove of personal data or cell phone data that had been gathered by the Shin Bet for countering terrorism. We also saw in Kenya, which hopefully Martin Manbangini will be able to talk to in a few minutes, where the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act 2018 was used by the state to punish bloggers and voices of dissent for allegedly publishing misleading information. We also saw similar actions in Indonesia through the use of Indonesia's law on information and electronic transactions, but also the creation of a virtual police unit, which was basically formed to preempt and prevent potential cybercrime. So in a nutshell, like for more than a decade, human rights defenders have been documenting how counterterrorism laws operate with little transparency and accountability, to kind of quash dissent and silence critics, and the same concerns apply when counterterrorism measures are used in a pandemic response. In terms of the second trend, the silencing of civil society, and similar to the repurposing of cybercrime laws, some countries such as the Philippines, Russia, South Africa introduced legislation to criminalise pandemic-related misinformation, and when combined with disproportionate penalties, up to 6 years in jail in the case of Argentina, and unclear criteria to define what qualifies as misinformation, these measures contributed to a climate of fear and intimidation. And then couple that with states deploying or introducing technologies such as drones, robots, facial recognition under the justification of enforcing mandatory lockdowns, and the increasing of surveillance of public spaces, this posed a threat to freedom of assembly. And bear in mind, these technologies were used at a time when these technologies were used to survey public spaces at a time when protests were clearly being closely monitored, if not, outlawed, and where people were forcibly dispersed, in some cases violently. In the case of the third trend, the risk of abuse of personal data, governments were introducing, as you know, tools designed to trace the spread of the virus, but this involved the collection of massive amounts of personal data, in some cases health data, very highly sensitive data. And in some jurisdictions, these were created with little public consultation or oversight. We, at least in our research, we just determined that many of the contact tracing apps were rolled out with little, as I said, public consultation, but also they did not meet the fundamental principles of data protection in terms of legality, necessity, proportionality, and data minimization. So, for example, in Colombia, in the Constitutional Court of Colombia, which Daniel Ospina from De Justicia will speak to, hopefully, they determined that the data collection connected to the mandatory use of the app was unlawful. So, going on then to the fourth trend, which was the influential role of private companies, we saw private companies playing a significant role in the pandemic by either cooperating with governments to develop apps and tools or engaging in data sharing arrangements. In countries like Colombia and the UK, governments entered into these public-private partnerships that were very opaque, these agreements, and like in some cases the entire scope wouldn't have been revealed until activists demanded transparency. So this lack of transparency makes it very difficult for civil society to understand the extent of data sharing between governments and private companies, and also where it stands now and where it's going in the future. We saw in South Africa the use of WhatsApp, which Cheryl Das from the Legal Resources Centre will hopefully speak to. We also, probably one of the most impactful interventions from the private sector was the use of the Google Apple Exposure Notification Application Program Interface API. This is the Bluetooth Gain API, which was used in nearly 40 countries. And that served as the basic building block for governments to build their own contact tracing apps. But I mean, the countries who sought to build their own app were stymied by the fact that Google and Apple's operating systems restricted the background Bluetooth broadcasting, which would lower the efficacy of any other app. So the popularity of that raised and still raises significant concerns about the power of private corporations to determine emergency responses. And then the fifth one, sorry, I know I'm probably going on too long, but the fifth one is the normalization of surveillance beyond the pandemic. And from our research, we're concerned that the pandemic has provided an entry point for invasive government surveillance to become normalised, even after the threat of the virus has receded. So we observed the continuation and normalisation of state surveillance in some jurisdictions. As previously stated, our report describes how states repurposed counter-terrorism laws and technologies and applied them to civilians in the name of fighting COVID-19. But we must also be very wary of the opposite phenomena, the normalisation and repurposing of these measures and tools. And we've good reason to fear the possibility of mission creep, because we've already seen governments announce their intention to use data collected during the pandemic for secondary purposes, such as the development of national health programs or platforms in Colombia, in India, which hopefully Amber will maybe speak to, and South Africa. So on the surface, this shift from COVID-19 to general public health may appear unproblematic, but the use of data originally collected in exceptional circumstances for specific purposes violates the purpose of purpose limitation and contributes to the normalisation of a surveillance state that accumulates large amounts of data about incidents that could be disproportionate and intrusive. So after that overview, I hope I wasn't too long, but I'll pass you over to Carolina for the recommendations that followed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Yes, so based on that research and on the cases that we identified, we came up with some recommendations for 3 groups of actors that we see as relevant, and to act in this space so that we have a better human rights centered technology in next emergencies that are inevitably there to come. And the 3 actors are obviously the state actors, private sector, and civil society, and these bubbles, you know, they are increasingly smaller because we see the most responsibilities obviously lie on the shoulder of the states. And so let me start with those. Just a couple of keywords, and we have very detailed recommendations actually in the report, and we also hope to discuss with you. But essentially the biggest problem, and as Olga mentioned, that we saw a general trend of lack of reflection and lack of assessment of human rights impacts of these technologies prior to their deployment. You know, that can obviously be explained by the emergency that was happening. There was little time, but there was indeed a lot of hasty and opaque the technologies were deployed in a hasty and opaque way, and we see an important need for review, to take stock 3 years on, review the surveillance measures and technologies that were deployed during the pandemic, and assess them in the context of human rights compliance, in the context of their impact on human rights, also in the context of their efficacy, in order to check which technologies were good and which ones should be seized because they're incompliant with human rights or they are no longer necessary. Similarly, any data that was collected that is no longer necessary or any apps that were implemented but are no longer used or necessary should be seized. Another thing that we saw was that also from our researchers on the ground, it was very difficult to gather information about the status of these tools, about how they operate, about even legal basis on which they rely. So we see a need for improvement in terms of transparency and providing public information already now about the tools that were deployed during the pandemic, what is their status, whether they are still in use, the results of those impact assessments. I see I'm constantly disconnecting from Zoom because the internet is a bit shaky, so we have to reshare. No, it will connect to Zoom in a couple of minutes because the internet is really weak. Yeah. Yeah. So you keep on losing the presentation, but let me then. Am I connected again? Yeah. Yeah, I can. Sorry for. Yeah, okay. No, because you don't have it. I have to do it. Sorry for the little technical break. We need to sort things out. This should work now, but I will continue in the meantime. So yeah, we essentially see the need to share way more information that was shared before on the status of these technologies, on their human rights assessment, and then also the same should be done actually with legal frameworks, with laws and policies that were applied during the pandemic, with state of emergencies that were introduced and maybe never revoked. So we see the need also to revise that. And now, in terms of future emergencies, so these were the recommendations when we are dealing still with the COVID-19 pandemic, so to reassess actually the response that the states did. And then for the future, we inevitably will have future health or other emergencies. So in order for the states to be prepared, they should revise or develop legal frameworks that are in line with international human rights standards based on the lessons learned and the problems identified. And these legislation should have key elements such as, sunset clauses for the technologies that are used so that they are not repurposed for other reasons. Data protection rules, if they are not in place already. And also meaningful public participation. You know, in many cases we saw that civil society or people in general, they were not really involved in the creation of these tools or in the discussions. We did identify some good practices and we highlight them in the report, but in general, the governments did not ensure meaningful public participation, which we see as crucial actually to also assessing potential impacts of these technologies. And then we also would recommend governments, and now we can later talk about how to achieve that, not to use these surveillance measures as a pretext to stifle dissent, to repurpose them for other reasons after the emergency. Yes, previous one. Yes, and also, as Olga mentioned, we saw the increased role of private companies and also the use of data that were collected for the purposes of the pandemic for commercial purposes. So we also see the need to ensure that that doesn't happen in the future. And then finally, maybe a more detailed recommendation is to introduce a prohibition of indiscriminate biometric surveillance, because we also see these very intrusive technologies being used during the pandemic to stifle dissent under the guise of fighting COVID. And now in terms of for companies, obviously they have, we called it in the report that this is the first pandemic or emergency in the smartphone era. And obviously the companies, they had a huge role in responding to the pandemic. So we also see the need for improvement in terms of transparency, in terms of keeping them to account on what sort of responses companies also facilitate. So we also see internally the need for assessment of human rights compliance in line with UN guiding principles on business and human rights, but also in line of laws existing in specific jurisdictions. And again, to seize any practices or technologies that are not compliant with these standards. Internally, companies should also have human rights policies that are there for the future when they also introduce surveillance technologies or help governments in responses to emergencies, including, very importantly, procedures for assessing governments' access to data, because we saw a lot of kind of data sharing agreements between governments and private companies. And these policies should, to the extent possible, make sure that these exchanges happen in line with human rights standards. Of course, data protection in terms of how people's personal data is processed by these technologies is an important matter as well. Giving the public more information about the sort of agreements, data sharing agreements that are in place as well, and ensuring access to remedies when the company's actions have caused or contributed to adverse impacts. And finally, last but not least, we see a very important role for civil society. We also highlight in our report a couple of successful advocacy or litigation actions that civil society took to actually challenge surveillance measures that were in compliance with human rights, for example, drones in France. Also, we hear from our colleague from Colombia another interesting case. So we see really the role for civil society to act as a watchdog in these circumstances. Of course, it's not easy because it requires time, effort, and anybody here from civil society knows that we had to drop everything and move to watching essentially what the state does. But this is really important to monitor and investigate these measures and pursue any avenues, be it public pressure, legal avenues to challenge measures which violate human rights, as well as urge governments not to repurpose surveillance measures after the pandemic is finished. So now it's also a crucial moment for civil society to step in and demand transparency from state agencies on the tools used, their purposes, private-public partnerships and agreements, as well as laws that should be developed. And civil society should demand the seat at the table because their view is really important in this context. And as well, of course, apply pressure to companies. And these are very high level, and we hope that we get to discuss a bit more. Thank you.
Thank you very much both. We heard from Olga about the very concerning trends that have been identified, and these are only a few in the course of the pandemic. And as shown already by the recommendations we have for states, companies, the civil society, there's lots to be done and lots to continue to be done. And I know that we all know this, the world doesn't stop moving, but we need to remain vigilant to ensure that abuses that happened in the past 3 years do not occur again with the next global emergency. So our aim of the rest of the session today was more to have a conversation with you. We don't want questions to us, we have more questions towards you. We would like to pick your brains about these findings and recommendations, and to ensure that our report is robust and as useful as possible. So we welcome feedback, questions, insights, anything you can offer to bring to the table. So with that, I open the conversation to you. I don't know if you already have some thoughts on what was already presented or want to add to it. I know it's early in the morning. Is anyone from online that would?
There's no internet, so I Sorry,
okay.
Do you see maybe if there are comments?
Let's start. Let me tease the room a bit. We had a recommendation for civil society to focus on the need of civil society organization to monitor, investigate, intervene against state and corporate responses when needed. Our research details litigation in France against drones use, Israel mass surveillance by intelligence services, and Colombia against unnecessary data collection. Are there any other similar examples one could think of successful advocacy or litigations efforts, good practices from civil society that we could be using now and in the future to challenge some of these practices? Yourself.
Hi. Hi, thank you. My name is Daniel. I'm a researcher from De Justicia, a civil society organization in Colombia. And I might develop a bit on Ilia's question and on the Colombian case. As our panelists were saying, in Colombia we had a very interesting strategic litigation that a civil society organization undertook with the help of some journalists, because in Colombia, as in many other countries, the government deployed this contact tracing app that was called Corona app, and it received a lot of criticism because of its lack of transparency and primarily accountability. Although the official narrative said that the app was voluntary, in practice it became almost quasi-mandatory. As many other contact tracing apps, it asked you to report your information on location, on the symptoms you had, on who you live with, on who's your family, on your friends, even where you work. And when this app became quasi-mandatory, civil society we were very concerned, especially because the airport authorities requested the app to be downloaded and the survey completed to enter the airport. This litigation started because there is a very famous journalist in Colombia that has been persecuted by the state, and she wanted to travel to another city, from Bogota to another city in Colombia to talk with one of her sources. And she refused to download the app and to kind of complete the survey that the app requested. She was denied the entrance to the airport, and she could not fly and get and work with the source that she was working with. So she started this litigation with the help of Fundación Carisma, that is another civil society organization, and with other 3 citizens, including one congresswoman, um, asking the government, the judges, to protect the rights, the fundamental rights, I mean, to privacy and data protection and freedom of movement that were clearly violated by the airport. And the case was a very interesting case because it, at first, judges didn't understand it. They just dismissed the case. And finally, the Constitutional Court of Colombia reviewed the case. However, this revision came almost a year and a half later, when this mandatory use of Corona app was no longer in force. So the first ruling of the Constitutional Court was there is no longer danger. So I must dismiss this case. But although that might be the general ruling, the ruling did have very interesting considerations on data protection, because although it said that as it wasn't mandatory by the time the ruling came, the government was obliged to respect privacy and data protection in states of emergency. And the Constitutional Court deemed that what the government had done and what the airport had done was unconstitutional, was unlawful, and it violated the fundamental right to privacy of not only of the journalist and the congresswoman that presented the case, but of everyone that was obligated to download the app to get to enter the airport. As a result, the Constitutional Court ordered the Ministry of Health and the National Digital Agency, that were the entities in charge of Corona app, to erase the plaintiff's data. And it also ordered them to create a special mechanism for everyone that wants his or her data to be erased. They could access that mechanism. We were expecting the Constitutional Court to order the erasal of all data, but the creation of this mechanism is still very interesting, and we believe that it is a successful story. Even though it has its downsides, it is a successful litigation that expands the right to privacy in Colombia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's not only a success story, but also you reflected on the lesson learned and things that could be done beyond the ruling and moving forward. But how is the situation with the app now in Colombia? Is it still operational? Do you have any information from the government with regard to the use of the data that was collected from it?
Currently, the app disappeared as Corona app, but it was repurposed to a general app from the Ministry of Health. That is, it's called Min Salud Digital, that in English would be something like Min Health Digital. This repurposing not only was kind of a repurposed, there is lack of information on how it became repurposed, and I think that in many other countries this might be the same situation.
No, it was a trick question, I promise, but it was hinting exactly on the other trend that was mentioned by Olga about the increasing collaboration, partnership, dependency to private companies to deliver some of the measures that were introduced. And the lack of transparency quite often with regard to the conditions for these collaborations, from what access the companies had to the data, how the tools will be used or repurposed, lack of any information with regard to the transparency around their use. And in that regard, Colombia hasn't been the only case that we've seen that, but we have also seen it in many other countries across the globe. And with that, maybe I could invite Cheryl to give her her thoughts of what has happened in that regard in South Africa. And again, please also introduce yourself.
Thank you, Ilya. I'm Cheryl Das. I'm an attorney from the Legal Resources Center in South Africa. And we've participated in researching the South African case study. So the primary technologies that the South African government introduced to control the spread of the COVID-19 virus was two apps, which is the COVID Connect app as well as the COVID Alert app. So at the very beginning, the COVID Connect app began as a WhatsApp platform. And later on, it expanded to become more of a service provided by the provided for healthcare information, screening, and contact tracing. And the COVID Alert app was launched alongside the COVID Connect app. And as Olga mentioned, it was built on the GAIN API and works via Bluetooth. So a lot of private companies were involved in some instances of data collection and processing. Discovery is a major medical aid service provider in South Africa. They developed the software, and it's supposed to be on behalf of the National Department of Health, but they continue to provide the technical support services to the department. Besides Discovery, the largest telecommunications company was also involved in providing technical expertise to the South African government. So the most concerning aspect of the COVID-19 apps is their reliance on WhatsApp as a communication platform. So independent technical reviewers explained that the use of the WhatsApp API to notify COVID Alert SA app users of the results of their COVID tests raised privacy concerns, regardless of how reliable or convenient that system might be. So this approach would allow third parties with commercial interests to identify which users had been diagnosed as COVID-19 positive. And this wasn't a requirement of the GAIN framework, so the technical advisors believed that this was just a preference or a choice made by the developers of the app. And although the content of the messages are encrypted, there were serious concerns around how that information will be processed when a person engages with the app around their COVID-19 status. So the technical reviews also raised two concerns, which I think was important in the South African case study. And the first was the app source code, which was obfuscated and it's not been made publicly available. And this really refers around the transparency that private companies are not providing information to the public. And this has frustrated efforts to understand the scope of the app's processing activities. So the technical impediment also complicates the analysis of the app by independent technical reviewers, and again touches on the transparency criteria. And the second is that the technical reviewers detected a suspicious URL, which potentially sends very sensitive information like dates of birth, cell phone numbers, names and surnames to back-end servers. And they were concerned that if this is confirmed, it would be contrary to privacy claims reflected in the Google Apps app description. So those were the two major concerns raised in South Africa from our research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in that regard, I would like to invite if anybody else would have any other inputs or questions in relation to what was shared right now or before. Peter, and please introduce yourself as well.
Thanks. I'm Peter Misek from Access Now, and I think this is a super important topic. Access Now is a global digital rights organization. We found that what starts during crises can often continue for a very long time. These crises don't usually just end with a clear, bang. They continue and long beyond when the headlines and the media are reporting on them. And so with things like internet shutdowns lasting, more than 2 years in Ethiopia, a long time in Myanmar and other countries, what seem like emergency measures can really become permanent, and that's why it's so important to put human rights at the center. And for our part, we just launched here at IGF on Tuesday a declaration on principles for social media companies on how to better govern content in a human rights respecting way before, during, and after crisis situations. And I think that the role of those big platforms is one piece of that technology puzzle that it's important to draw out, because there is content that can incite violence and campaigns of disinformation that exacerbate crises. And those social media companies do have responsibilities. We're also looking at the role that the UN plays and other big governments and big multilateral organizations who procure and buy a lot of these tools from third-party vendors, from private sector companies, and are relying on the private sector to, digitally transform their services. And there's already been a number of examples where big organizations like the HCR, High Commissioner for Refugees, contract with small companies that sell biometric surveillance tools like iris scanning, and these iris scanning scanners are actually required if you want to, as a refugee, procure food and basic essential goods and services. And so their data, their sensitive data, is being processed without any consent, without any meaningful legal basis. And this shows, I think, the important role for human rights in the screening processes and procurement protocols of big governments and big clients like that, who I hope can use their power and their buying power to raise the standards and reflect what the human rights system tells us about the need for the ways that these technologies can impact human rights.
No, thank you very much. These are absolutely crucial points, and then very important to hear about this declaration calling specifically on social media companies as key actors in how we'll address this and future crises. And we heard a lot about companies, but let's bring back to the states, the primary holders of human rights obligations. And in that regard, maybe it would be interesting also to hear about lessons learned from India on what has happened with regard to the measures that were taken there. Amber, maybe.
Thanks, Ilya. I think in India there have been a variety of measures in order to respond to the pandemic, and apart from, I think, some of the measures such as lockdowns and curfews, which were largely short-lived in most parts of the world, aside from maybe a handful of countries which chose to pursue a zero-COVID strategy. A lot of focus in terms of pandemic response was down to data and tech measures. And to begin with, I think the most downloaded contact tracing software in the world is the Arogya Setu software contact tracing app in India. And from the very beginning, the whole thing was mired in a lot of mystery. So there is the National Informatics Center in India, which supposedly developed the app. And over a period of the first few weeks, there was lack of clarity about actually who built the app. So the NIC is registered as the developer of the app if you go on the Play Store. There was also news reports which stated that there was some form of volunteerism in terms of a set of industry individuals coming together and building the app. And in fact, when RTI applications were sent to the government to inquire about the exact process followed to commission the building of the app, there was no clear response. In fact, at one point, the response said that the government did not know who had built the app, which was quite bizarre, to say the least. there was immediate pushback from the civil society in terms of some of the measures of the app. So just in terms of the kind of data points that it collected, like some of the other contact tracing apps, it uses both location as well as Bluetooth for contact tracing. But aside from that, it collects your phone number, your name, your age, your gender, your profession, even some of your health information, whether you're a smoker, and your travel history. Most of which have very little to do or absolutely nothing to do with how contact tracing is supposed to work. And there were fears from the very beginning about, like we've spoken a few times through the course of this conversation about how this app would be normalized. And I think some of us who had been studying health tech governance in India were fearful from the beginning that this would eventually become part of the sort of larger governance design around healthcare welfare, so to speak, in India. And about sort of 2 years later, exactly that is what has happened. So to begin with, there was a privacy policy, but it was completely inadequate. After pushback from civil society, the government set up a committee which created a kind of protocol. Again, even after the protocol came out, a lot of inadequacies in terms of privacy concerns, discriminatory concerns were raised with it, which never really got addressed. And then about 2 years later, the protocol was suddenly discontinued, and it was announced that this app had now turned into a kind of national health app. So there remains, again, a lack of clarity in terms of what happened with the data that was collected. I think even before this happened, what people had noticed is that several people who had registered with the Arogya Setu app, health IDs in their names had been created without their knowledge or consent. And even at this point, we don't know. There have been RTI applications, there have been news reports, and we've tried to kind of glean what we can by closely studying the privacy policies and what they said about data retention, and all of this largely contradicts. So we don't really know what has happened with the data that was collected over the course of 2 years before this turned from largely a COVID-19 contact tracing app to now a national health app. Even apart from that, I think there's been a lot of issues around some of the other measures. For instance, the platform that was set up for vaccination drive in India. Again, it was fairly peculiar that in a country like India, which has had a fairly robust physical healthcare vaccination drive system that has existed for some decades, the decision to actually move to what was essentially a digital first, and in some cases a digital only vaccination drive, and a lot of it was only after the government was taken to the court on this that some of the policies around the vaccination drive also changed and allowed for other physical means to register for vaccination. So there have been concerns, and what we see emerging now is a kind of broader healthcare governance technology infrastructure, and there remains a lot of ambiguity around what happens to the data that was collected, in what form would it be used, who gets access to that, because again, most of this has been developed in this sort of public-private partnership model. Even there's been state endorsement of certain private party measures around healthcare as well. So there remains a lot of questions about who has access to that data, to what extent are private actors also getting access to it, and in what ways are they allowed to use that. So yeah, I think just going back to repeat the earlier point, which I think perhaps needs to be repeated over and over again, is that when we do have, when we respond with emergency measures, I think it remains even more critical that we continue to apply the standards of necessity and proportionality and data minimization, because effectively, those measures have inbuilt kind of protections where you can allow for a certain degree of restriction on the right to privacy in order to respond as long as it is necessary and it can be demonstrated that it is proportional. So this sort of urge to do away with those protections in response to any kind of emergency eventually does come back to bite us. And not to say much of the fact that most of the data and tech measures that we have actually looked at. So apart from this, we've seen sort of untested technology such as thermal scanners being kind of deployed across the world, and now they've kind of become part and parcel of they're being used in schools, they're being used in malls, in various countries. So it kind of becomes a sort of gateway drug into use of new technologies, and we don't really have a very clear ways of or any clear intent to scale them back. And I'll pause at that point.
Thank you very much. No, a lot of important key issues raised there, including the anecdotal answer by the Indian government that they didn't know who had developed their app. If they were forced to issue a transparency report, probably they would have had to consider that answer early on. But then key questions around the regulation, what it's going to happen now. And you've mentioned how a whole health governance ecosystem is now developed. But then also we've seen how that ecosystem then transfers also beyond the health data to border controls and to different spaces. If would we like? Yes, please. Please introduce yourself as well.
Hi, everybody. My name is Juan de Brigard. I'm from Colombia as well. Another civil society organization called Carisma. We've worked with De Justicia a couple of times, but funnily enough, we only met with Daniel here for the very first time. And yeah, I was thinking about that last part because the common trend I start seeing here is with the line of work Access Now has been developing and our findings regarding Medellin Me Cuida, which was another app for the pandemic, specifically for the city of Medellin, is that the structural differences that are already there in the communities, the inequalities that are present, were exacerbated, as happened with so many other things during the pandemic. And I was thinking about this specifically because the street vendors in Medellin were targeted by that app in a very specific way. And what happened there was there needed to be an permit issued by the local government to go around, and that had to be done through the app, through Medellin Me Cuida. And of course, if the permit had to be signed by your employer, which was the case, for street vendors, that could not happen, of course. So it impacted them in a very, very specific and different way. And I think it's the same thing with migrants, because, well, perhaps not in the pandemic data collection scene, but in general in data collection, the fact that they're not, the thing we were talking about yesterday, the fact that they're not able to say no to data recollection measures, it highlights those structural differences along the whole use of technology. And I think that's quite interesting as a leverage point to make people conscious of why this is serious as a broader topic, because those things tend to be very hard to grasp for people in general, and this shows it in a very stingy way, I think. And yeah, I was just thinking about it. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. That's exactly why we're here, and it's important to hear. Martin?
Thanks, Ilya. So I'm Martin Mavenjina. I work with the Kenya Human Rights Commission as a senior program advisor for the Transitional Justice Program, and I just wanted to just jump into the contribution. So with Kenya, part of our research, I would just point out, basically our key findings. Kenya, just like other states around the world, employed the use of contact tracing to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. But from the research, there were two key findings. One, there was an absence of clear regulatory frameworks on, to guide on how companies or even how the state could actually use these contract tracing apps. But more importantly, there was an absence of an oversight mechanism. So there was, the number of apps that were developed by the government, even private actors. But when it came to oversight of how, these apps are used, just like some of the speakers before me have said, there was an absence of oversight. And we all know in this room, if you don't have oversight over, specific use of specific applications, then it becomes difficult to hold, the makers of these applications first and foremost to account, and even the state to account in the event that they use the application, the data they collect for the wrong reason. So that's what I wanted to point out. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Martin. This is actually confirming and adding to what we were discussing now. But since I have you with us, and as we're moving towards the closing of this session, I wanted to hear your thoughts. We've identified the harms, we identified the gaps and what states and governments should be doing. But what could be some of the mechanisms civil society could be using to actually put pressure on states to take those necessary measures to ensure we are protected now and in the future?
Okay, thanks, Ilya. I think the first measure that civil society organizations can employ to ensure that states actually implement some of the recommendations that a number of civil society organizations have come up with to report is first. The first thing is to sustain public conversations. When you have an informed citizenry or an informed public, then that simply puts pressure on the states. So that's not only, that's a principle that can actually apply in all states around the world, because if you have an empowered citizenry and they know that specific applications that were developed by their different governments are actually harmful, then they will actually pile pressure on the states. So the first thing that I would encourage citizens to do is to ensure that the reports with these broad recommendations that we've been able to come up with, because I know it's not only us who have reports, I know Access Now has talked about the research they did and other organizations, to ensure that this information is out there to citizens in very simplistic language, because at times civil society organizations like writing very bulky reports, so it becomes difficult for the ordinary man outside there to actually understand. So if you have an informed citizenry, then you would pile pressure on the government. The second approach that civil society organizations can employ is the use of strategic public interest litigation. You have all heard from the different speakers here about the serious human rights breaches or the serious privacy concerns that some of these apps that were developed by the states actually the violations that arose as a result of these apps. So what I would encourage civil society organizations to do is to institute public interest litigation cases that hopefully will culminate into orders that would compel the state to come up with regulatory frameworks, or even or even that would tantamount to orders that would actually recall some of the repressive pieces of legislation that actually enable states to actually conduct serious surveillance or privacy or data privacy breaches on its citizens. The other third approach that I think that civil society organizations can employ is the use of peer review mechanisms, and there are quite a number. For civil society organizations in Africa, they can always engage with the African Commission on Human and People's Rights. That is a peer review mechanism for all the the 54 African member states, whereby they would use this space to actually raise these concerns with the hope that the African Commission would come up with resolutions that they would transmit to these different states and request them to actually implement some of the recommendations. The other peer review mechanism that is actually essential for all countries around the globe is the Universal Periodic Review System. So the Universal Periodic Review system started way back in 2010. So to date, we've had 3 cycles for all countries around the world. And the reason why the Universal Periodic Review mechanism is very important is because it's a peer-to-peer review mechanism. So different states review review each other, and at the end of each cycle, there are recommendations that are made for a state. So states are mandated to actually implement some of these recommendations, and some of these recommendations could mean coming up with, policy or regulatory frameworks that can actually, ensure that states actually adhere to best international accepted principles. I will give an example of Kenya. In Kenya, we've had Kenya has been reviewed thrice by the Universal Periodic Review mechanism. And since 2010 to date, I can say with confidence that since Kenya started the review process, we've seen positive development in terms of legislation, because way back in 2010 there were recommendations that were made to the state of Kenya, and they were told to come up with new pieces of legislation that would conform to the new constitution. Now, fast forward 10 years down the road, we have comprehensive pieces of legislation. So I think it's a good space that we can all benefit from. So what we need to do is to try to think of how we can actually ensure that we make good use of this space. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much. And actually, it's a very nice segment to finish this discussion in a positive way. That positive because there is a lot of avenues we can use to work together to pressure for change, and not negative. That there is a lot. That there is a lot of work to be done still. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here today. As we mentioned at the beginning, we are planning to publish the report later, probably by mid-December. And if there is any further input or suggestions or thoughts you would like to share with us, we really, really welcome it. And please don't hesitate to reach out. And stay tuned for the report's publication. Thank you very much.
and welcome to the session on sustainable automation as SDG 18. As you all know that IGF is probably one of the most impactful forums on the world on the issues of internet and digital technologies, with 193 nations as its members. And for this session of IGF, which is the 17th IGF being hosted in Ethiopia, and also joined by people live, has 4,000 registrations from 170 plus countries. So welcome to this forum, and I'll give you a backdrop of the Dynamic Coalition on Internet and Jobs that has been behind this project, Sustainable Automation. And DC Jobs was founded as a result of the efforts done in 2018 at IGF Paris, where we focused on the fact when during the closing remarks I said that technology should not be just focused on productivity, profits, and proliferation, but we should keep people at the core. That's the center. So with that in mind, we formed DC Jobs, as it's called in the IGF terminology. And our focus is on leveraging internet for creating jobs across sectors, across geographies. For those of you who have worked, I see my fellow panelists, this is the report that we are releasing today, the Sustainable Automation as SDG 18. And the reason we do this and we use the term sustainable automation is that we need to consider whether we need to indiscriminately use automation or discretely use automation. And that's, I think, one of our big reasons. And what we have done in this report is we have looked at countries, large, small. We have looked at sectors, right from agriculture to manufacturing, retail, services. We have also looked at professions. Which professions are getting automated and what's the result? So we have some startling numbers, and when we get into this discussion with our expert panelists today online and even in the audience, is that like if you think country like Brazil, 58% of the jobs will be automated. If you look at the informal sectors, 68% of the jobs will be gone. McKinsey says 400 million jobs in 46 countries will be lost by 2030, the year we are going to look at completion of SDGs. And if you look at the top 5 tech companies, their market cap is equivalent to the GDP of 157 nations. And that tells you the divide that we are creating with technology. And 47% of the US labor force will be under threat because of automation. If you look at agriculture in 20th century, in America, 30 million people were in agriculture. And now there are 300,000. So just imagine 30 million to 300,000. That's a huge fall. In manufacturing, 63% of all occupations and 30% of the tasks will get automated. So that's some of the numbers. If we look at the household chores, 90% of them can be done by robots. And when it comes to retail, which is probably one of the fastest growing sectors, there 53% of all retail activities have a potential to be automated. So this report has extensively covered that. I would say, of course, the data is to be taken with a pinch of salt worldwide for sectors. So, but still, I would say it's representative and indicative of that. And even if you look at healthcare, so we mentioned, people keep questioning, will technology replace doctors? So I'll just give you a small snapshot of the MRCGP exam conducted in the UK. When chatbot took that exam, they scored 81% versus actual doctors scoring just 72%. I think gives us a sense of where the future is. And if I look back, this is not something new that we are seeing for last 10, 20 years. In fact, John Maynard Keynes in 1930 said, the increase of technical efficiency has been taking place faster than we can deal with the problem of labor absorption. We've been knowing it for almost close to a century. But it's now that we are seeing the impact. So to discuss this, what we have done is, today we have got a panel, and I see almost all -1 online, which happens because it is a hybrid mode, and still I believe that even if we look at technology, human intervention will still be needed. So I have with me today Gunjan. Gunjan Sinha is among the pioneers in internet space and is executive chairman of Matrix Scheme based in San Francisco. Mr. Puranchand Pandey is from Taiwan with over 2 decades of experience, was on the board of World Food Program, has got accolades from UN, has been working on various projects, is the former CEO of the Dialogue of Civilizations Research Institutes, on the Nobel Prize winning World Food Program board, and he's currently the visiting fellow, international fellow at Taiwan Foundation for Democracy. And we have Ashish Thakur, who is from Nepal, is the executive director of Global, works on upskilling. We have Rishi Mohan, Dr. Rishi Mohan Bhatnagar, who is an author of the first book on enterprise IoT, was the former global delivery head at a tech company, and also the president and member of the board of Aries Communication. We have Mr. Suresh Yadav, who is the deputy head at the Secretary General Office, Commonwealth, and he was formerly the OSD to the President of India, and also formerly with World Bank in Washington, DC. So we have quite a distinguished panel, and Rahatul Jana from London, who worked on this project that we're releasing today. So we have panel from across the world, and we are going to shoot the questions to them, starting with, I don't see Gunjan, so I'm just going to move to Dr. Rishi Mohan Bhatnagar. Rishi, you are the chairman of the IoT panel, and will automation lead to net job creation or job loss? And what is your suggestion to the policymakers and the industry? And given the massive layoffs that we have seen in the last month or so, would like to hear your views on that. And if my panelists can keep their views for 5 or 6 minutes initially, then we can go back in the next round. Thank you.
So I'll try to put it in 5 minutes, Rajendraji. Thank you very much for inviting me. It's a pleasure and honor to be here. So in 1800s, Rajendraji, when the industrial revolution started in the Western world, all the people who spin the wheel in India lost their jobs. Okay. So whenever there's a technology change and whenever there is a technology advancement, there will be a transformation, there will be a disruption. I'm sure many of us who have some Indian origin will remember that in 1986, when computerization of railways was initiated in India, there was a huge protest throughout the country, and people were saying that we should not get computerization. So the answer is that technology will not stop. We'll have to change ourselves. And today, the huge export of IT that happens from India and the huge amount of jobs that gets created in India because of the IT is result of that revolution that started at that time. So my answer is, first, we need to segregate between the current layoffs in the technology companies with the automation. If you see the kind of layoffs that are happening, that are more because of the cost, the growth at any cost. What was the business model? Was it a cash flow? Was people making money out of the kind of investments they had made? As a result, they had to stop and they had to lay off. The answer to the second thing, whenever there is a transformation, whenever there is a disruption, there will be a change in the skills required, and there will be futuristic skills that will be required. There can be a lull where there can be job losses and people will be not knowing what to do. Okay, but there will be new kind of jobs that will be created. There will be new kind of opportunities and the business models that will be created. We should never forget that the human mind is very mature and it is trying to identify things for themselves, and they'll be able to do things which will be beneficial for us. We do not want humans to go into a drain and clean the drainage. That let the robot do it. And so we will definitely require different kind of jobs to be done by the new technological things. And so first, the loss of job, layoffs that are happening throughout the world in the technology area, to me, are not immediate because of the automation, but lack of business model, lack of the growth at any cost. I just want to grow at any cost, and that has resulted into the bubble getting busted. Whenever there will be new technologies, new futuristic technologies, there will be new kind of jobs that will be created. There will be new skills that will be required. People need to be ready for unskilling and skilling themselves for the new jobs. We have a forum, Rajendraji, where we are working towards the future jobs. What will the future jobs? While we are talking about automation, we are talking about how many skills will not be required. 30 million farmers moving towards only 300K. Okay, where that 2.7 million went? What were the new kind of jobs that got created? What were the new kind of business models that were generated? Is something which I think, we should also think of. And for the policymaker, the last part of your question, Ranji, because there are futuristic jobs with the new technologies, how to skill people. In one of the states in India, there are 50,000 drone operators who are getting skilled. Okay, and these drones will be, checking the farms for insects, for pests, and they will be giving reports back to the centralized location. So what I'm trying to say, how many people might have thought that in the rural area there'll be 50,000 drone skilled resources that will be required? Okay, and many of them might not be very technically educated, but now they are getting trained and skilled for drone management and drone operations. So what I'm trying to say, there'll be new and latest jobs that will be created. The policymakers have to start thinking that they will not be able to stop the technology. You know, in India, Rajendra, we all know that the Startup India, Stand Up India, Skill India, all those kind of policies and the initiatives the government has taken just to ensure that the people will get themselves trained and skilled for the futuristic jobs. That's my advice to the policymakers, that they have to start thinking about the future jobs and skilling resources and creating the capacity for futuristic jobs that will be there. I pause myself here. I have taken 5 minutes, and I'll whenever there'll be another question, I'll be happy to answer.
Of the layoffs versus the historical transformation that happens on technology. Let me move from India to the neighborhood to Nepal, and Ashish Thakur is from Nepal. So Nepal has a population of about 30 million, out of which one-fifth is youth, and internet users are only about 11.51 million. So what is the ground level scenario for automation in Nepal, and what's the future of automation and jobs in Nepal? Given, Ashish, that you're also in upskilling through your initiatives, would like to hear from you.
Namaste everyone, and thanks Dr. Bishar for inviting and giving us a chance to speak. As you have notedly said about Nepal, I would be sticking to that and ensuring in terms of automation. There has been a lot of works which has been going on in terms of automations in all different sectors, whether it be hospitality or it be the finance or anything as such. And we have seen a very good leap in few of these industries where automation has really helped in terms of the industry. For example, the financial transactions. The automation in financial transactions through the use of all these technologies have made a lot of ease in lot of sense for banking as well. But at the same time, as we are talking about jobs and future of jobs as well, it is helping in also cutting down jobs. In terms of industry, it is good. But at the same time, what I would like to relate it to is as a part of research which was done by UNICEF back in 2019, which said that more than half of the students would come out of the schools without the skills needed for future jobs by 2030, and which we are seeing a very big relevance these days, where the working population's gap is also much bigger in Nepal. It's not just about the skills, but also the people availability in Nepal, where we are not having adequate number of working population in Nepal, where they are going to different other countries and working for obvious reasons of better pay and better things there. But that there is something that we need to work on to bring in people, to bring in the working population as well, and now focusing them towards the skill of today. As the previous speaker also very well mentioned about, we need to adapt. The world will keep on changing. We need to adapt to things, and there will, and all of these are also creating new kind of jobs. It is not just eradicating few jobs, but it is also creating new kind of jobs, which we call analysts, which we call copywriters, which we call a lot of other technological intervented jobs, where we have to have a person behind that technology to work on. I see a lot of young people, as we have been running different upskilling and reskilling programs as well in Nepal. I see a lot of young people who are getting into coding, who are getting into designing, who are getting into all sorts of different activities, which are equally or even more at times providing them opportunities and resources for themselves. So what I see in terms of what is happening and in terms of how it is affecting the future of job is there needs to be a job connectivity bridge for the academics, and that is the very niche area that we are working on. We need to keep on adapting as a person, we need to keep on adapting for the new jobs, as well as the academics need to convert into a more applicable and technical and vocational education at this time of academics, so that these skills can be worked out. I'll just give you an example. It's getting hard even to find waiters in restaurant these days. And there is one restaurant in Nepal which was opened by some engineers passed out, engineering students who passed out, and they have these robots as the waiters, right? So that is providing something to that, but at the same time there needs to be the human intervention. When we are going to a hospitality sector or a restaurant or a hotel, we need to have somebody who is treating us, who is talking to us. So that intervention would obviously be needed. And those kind of things need to be reskilled and at a time upskilled with a lot of matters. So that is something which needs to be taken care with the use of vocational and technical education toward academics, as well as converting the earlier skills to a better and reskilled, upskilled human resource like accountants. A lot of things is done by system automated, but then there is a lot of analysis which is needed for better accounting systems. So these things need to be upgraded, and we have seen even the government is trying to develop some new curriculums, and we are supporting in that as well in Nepal. And but we do need to learn a lot from as the earlier speaker also mentioned about Startup India and Skill India. So there are a lot of things that we need to also learn from other places. And there has been a lot of research and formulations going on in terms of bringing on these aspects for future of jobs. And sustainable automation is perfectly fine, but then we need to go and upgrade our skills. We need to have system for youths to upgrade their skills, and that will for sure help in the future of job that is upcoming, and that would also increase a lot of productivity and add a lot of sense. So yeah, for now I'll keep it here, and if there is anything I'd love to answer it again.
Ashish, it's good to hear your perspectives and the point you make about the skills and the system. We'll come to that in the later part. Now jumping to Suresh. Suresh, I've seen you working with the former President of India as his officer on special duty, where you actually brought in tech for the first time at the President's office. Then you have been at the World Bank, and now as a senior leadership team of Commonwealth, you look at 56 countries. So how do you see the stage of tech adoption, and what would your views be on sustainable automation?
Thank you, Professor Gupta. And first of all, congratulations to you and your team for bringing this very important topic of sustainable automation on the global stage. It's very relevant, it's very timely. And I have gone through your report, and it brings out very important facts and figures that where and how things are happening. But the most important thing which I find from your book is about the shift of power, the shift of power from the government sector to the private sector. You have rightly pointed out in your report that how the capitalization, market capitalization of the Apples and many other companies are much higher than many of the countries combined together, which you put the number 179, something like that. So this brings a perspective that how much control the governments have on the sustainable automations. So whether they can define the directions, whether they can decide where they want the automation or where they do not want the automations. So that's a big question mark, particularly if you look at the requirement of the governments for the resources from the international organization, from the private sectors. So that limits the ability of the government to decide. And further, if you look at the foreign direct investment which are coming to the countries, I think again there the countries have no control. Some of the countries, barring few countries, who can decide where they want the investment, whether in high-end manufacturing, low-end manufacturing, trading, services, whatever. So that's a control which probably has shifted from the government to the private sector. It's the private sector which decide where they want to go, and they are able to change the policy and do the business in the cross-border scenario to that extent. So now the question is that if the private sector has the power, then who is going to decide what should be the level of automation? The government can decide its own processes and procedures. Like I did, as you recall rightly said, I did the complete automation in the president office, and there was huge resistance, as was in 80s about the computerization in the railway, the income tax department, and the other places. So I faced stiff resistance, but we managed to do it. And what happened in the process, that I was able to cut down maybe 70-80% of the people who were doing the processes with inefficient way. So I got less number of people to do those processes. But at the same time here, I realized that the number of people needed in the other processes has increased. So when I look at the total, the sum, I found that it was like a zero sum game. So similarly, if you look at the global context, that if country X is adopting a very high level of automation, so it's increasing the productivity, it's increasing its profitability, it's increasing its competitive power in the market. So there is a job loss in country X. But in the process, if you look at the outsourcing model, then that company is outsourcing certain processes and the procedures to a country Y. Maybe the accounting, maybe the contract manufacturing, maybe the contract software development, etc. So my question will be that if we start looking the world economy as a whole, instead of looking at country specific scenario, then the results are different. Then at the global level, we will say that the technology adoption in one of the part of the world may be leading to a job creation in the other part of the world. So that's the question. Like if you look at the outsourcing, which India got benefited from the BPO or the legal outsourcing or the other services. So if we start looking at things in a slightly different perspective, then we have a different results. Overall, I will also echo the sentiment that technology will find its way, whether we like it or dislike it. The technology has the power of disruptions. Neither the government can stop nor the individuals can stop. The best way is to adopt them. The best way is to prepare yourself for those changes. And now the shift has to be from continuous and lifelong learning to continuous and lifelong skilling, so that you are able to adopt to the oncoming changes through the technology, and you are able to better adjust to those emerging ecosystems in the working space. And that's why the discussions on future of work, future of jobs, future of the organization, everything is happening because people know that they can't stop the technology. Look at the crypto. People are skeptical about the crypto, but look at the impact, or look at the penetration which is happening. So it's coming in the parallel to the global economy, if not as a part of the mainstream economy. So I will say that this is inevitable. This is bound to happen. The only response we can have is to collaborate and to prepare our young minds, young people, and the people who are working in the present scenario to be ready to adopt those changes. That will be my message. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Suresh. I think very important point that technology will find its way, whether you walk against it or whether it is your call. I mean, but technology is going to be here and it's going to be transforming the sector it touches. And also the fact that the power is shifting from the government to private sector, which is reflected in our reports too, like the valuation of 5 companies is equivalent to the GDP of 157 nations. It's disproportionately powerful. Now this brings me to one of my colleagues on the panel, Ratul, who actually worked initially on this report. She is still studying in the UK. Ratul, what would be your view, given the fact that you are doing your masters and you will have a plan for your career, given what we are discussing today? How do you see sustainable automation? What's your view on it?
Thank you, sir, for firstly giving me this opportunity to important topic today. So, while I started with the study, I didn't know that machines would be impacting to a such larger extent. And recently, I have moved to UK. So the things here is really different. Automation here is really high as compared to India. To find part-time jobs, like stores are really automated, it seems pretty tempting with those automated machines where you don't require any human assistance. Like the jobs that were done manually, people that were traditionally performing like human tasks and all now are done by those machines. So you don't need any human intervention or any human assistance. So there would be machines to guide you. So the tasks that were performed manually earlier are now performed by machines. So you need certain kinds of skills to adopt those changes, and in order to understand those machine languages, people with low skill or like they are not familiar with those machines are really facing it difficult to cope up with this present scenario, the workplace. So I think so automation is leading to high production, high productivity, but at the same time, people are losing their jobs. We are not thinking about human resource. We are only focusing on how to increase the production or meeting up the the requirement of human. At the same time, the jobs that are being taken away, and people are losing jobs, and they're also losing their purchasing power. So this has given rise to unemployment, as a student also I'm facing a problem of finding jobs and all. So what would be the future if we start implementing or installing automation without thinking of a balance between automation and human? So there would be an excessive installation or using of automation without thinking the jobs that would human require. So I think the less skilled people are going to face this problem if they don't reskill themselves. And also, automation, if used without thinking, like excessive automation, at that point also we are going to risk our future, and people are going to end up with no job, will not have a perfect job that would satisfy our potential. So human would be overtaken by automations, the task would be performed by automation, and human would have nothing left except like reskilling at that point. So if we reskill at the end of our high point of automation, at that point it may be difficult for the dependency ratio to cope up. Countries like having high dependency ratio, even some countries, the developed countries who has a good less population than high populated countries like India and China, would really find it difficult to cope up with this automation phase, since they have to take care of a larger population. It's very important to think about how to take care of automation and implementing automation on different sectors, and where it's required. It's not something that we blindly install automation everywhere, rather it's required or not. And we look into a sustainable automation where we would be installing automation, but thinking sustainably, where human and machines would go together, but would have a very good future than what we are installing automation right now without thinking where to and where not to. That would be my point. Thank you.
Thanks, Ratul. Very important point that, as a student, you find it hard to get, part-time jobs thanks to automation. And a very important point you brought out about the dependency ratio. And, having heard Ashish, Suresh, Rishi, and you, I think the person whom I would come to is Dr. Puran Chand Pandey, whom I have known for a long time. We had discussions on various issues, including his last assignment with the World Food Program, and it ties in very much to what we discussed last time about the universal basic income. Do you think, Dr. Puran, that the world stage when we can indiscriminately adopt automation and we will be able to factor UBI for all? I mean, given the big divide we are having thanks to technology, which is moving across the productivity divide, which is moving to the financial divide, as we have seen historically. So I think it's a very loaded question for you, but I think given your work, it would not be loaded. I look forward to your views. I think you're muted, Dr. Puran. You need to unmute. We are not able to hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So thank you very much indeed, and I would like to congratulate you and and the team for putting together this very important agenda on the table for our discussions today. I have long held the view that there's nothing right, there's nothing wrong. How to really do things in a way that we could probably try and balance it out in a way that it does not really cut on the wrong side of the human centricity. And I have also long held the view that technology, like anything else in our lives, will have positive side to it and maybe some not so positive dimension to it. Let me paint a scenario based on how technology is evolving and what it might end up doing, which might mean disruptions at a very large scale, which might mean throwing people out of jobs which they have been doing. It could also probably mean how could it really create disruption in the labor market. And if all these things really happen, which is going to be accelerated by excessive technological application, both in our offices and homes and societies, there could be a possibility where, and this could be possibility, I'm not really giving any prediction, but there could be a fairly high degree of potential probability where we could also begin to see social disorder and cost for which could be pretty heavy, both for the governments and also for the private sector, to be able to handle it if it really goes beyond a certain level of degree or a point. This is the downside what technology could do. Now, the positive side of the technology is the technology makes our lives easy. We can do our tasks better, like we are talking to each other from 5 different places altogether. This might have not been possible if we did not really have technology. Technology is also very important because it really makes very crazy things into pretty simpler kind of issues. For example, if I'm traveling, and I will probably give you a very small example of Taipei, which is 24 million people, a very small nation state. But they have been able to do a lot of positive things, which means that this country and what it earns and how people make the money is heavily dependent on technology. And this technology is precision technology, where they make chip which nobody else can make. They're very precise in terms of manufacturing of shoes. I never knew until I came to Taipei that the world's best cycles are being made in Taipei. And nobody anywhere around the world can probably match the scale, the accuracy, the kind of product they have been making, and the cycles, which are, of course, selling in Taiwan, but they're being sold around the world, which brings a lot of money back to Taiwan. So this is the kind of the factual thing about technology. So we should not really say either yes or no to technology, but we have to really remember 3 things about technology. How do we really try and find areas and sectors where we could probably try and gradually accelerate the use of technology, keeping in mind how technology could probably move and do what it might need to do. Second thing, while technology is very important and I have nothing against technology, but what I would really like to say is that technology has got to also remember that technology has got to take the human centricity while it moves along. And while we keep on saying that, look, we need to adopt, which is fine. I mean, I have no problem with humans being able to adopt to technology.
I think we lost him. We'll wait to get him back. Or should we move to the next question coming out of the discussions from this? So Rishi pointed out about the lack of business model. And if I combine this with what my current speaker was talking about, social disorders as one of the downsides of disproportionate power in the hands of corporations, which we have seen the numbers in the report tell this story. So Rishi, I will come to you because you have been with MNCs leaving global delivery. No better person than you can tell us what will it take for companies to have the right business model.
I'm see, Rajanji, people need to start thinking there has to be a, business happens for profits. Okay. And when you are in a mature environment, mature corporates will like to have a decent profit, not substantial over one. So once you have a business model that clearly clarifies how the money will flow and how much margins you will make, okay, that is how the business needs to work. But in today's world, if you see many of the business models where I personally have not been able to understand how that model will bring money for the enterprise. Okay. And they're more working on investments and getting some more funding, and how will you return the funding and how that funding will have some kind of returns. I am not able to see that kind of model. And that's what I was telling, that the business model is, if the business model is not there, then the problem will be more of, how will you continue paying salaries? How will you sustain that complete business? And once the business is sustainable, that means it is generating its own cash. You need to see what is the minimum profit you should make. Organizations are meant to make profits. And unless you're going to make a profitable market, a profitable business, it's not sustainable. Otherwise, getting funding, whether it's a government funding or from a corporate, it is not the model that will work. So I have been trying to understand many of the current startups and the older startups and the large technology companies investing in huge amount of things and having no business model of how will they get money generated. And so my simple answer, I don't have a silver bullet to answer that what is the business model and what business model will work. But the business model, the basic requirement is how the money will flow and who will pay and why will they pay and how much should I charge so that I make a decent profit. And the definition of decent profit depends upon individual organizations. Okay. So, but the kind of layoffs that has happened, okay, whether it was, we all know the name of the those technology companies where there were layoffs in US and the impact was global. I could not identify how will they be making money. Okay. And what is their business model to generate that revenue which is profitable? As a result, there has been a collapse and they had to let people go. So in whenever anybody starts its business, they had to think about who will buy, why will they buy, and at what price will they make a decent profit. And that is what the whole, whether it's a service or a product, you need to think about these. And if you have answers, you will be able to have a business model that is working. I'm not.
Yeah, I need to move to the next panelist, but a very important point that we'll need to be very mindful about. You cannot have unlimited growth on a limited planet, and I'll give you some numbers. 2018 Apple was 1 trillion, 2020 Apple was 2 trillion, in 17 months it became 3 trillion. I mean, countries' GDP to move from 1 trillion to 2 trillion is a matter of decades. For a company, it is 17 months. I mean, selling iPhones and computers. Now, you know how cashless is Apple. I mean, we don't want to, debate that. But I'm stitching this point to the point that Ratul made on dependency ratio. The fact is, there are countries, I mean, I agree the situation will not be the same. For a country like Japan, which has an aging population, will need robots to assist people to do some of the job. Countries like South Korea will need because of the falling fertility rates. And, the like companies there that produced mobiles and electronics for the world. But so coming to you, Suresh, I mean, you are a senior leadership team of a multilateral body with 56 nations as its members. How do you see this as a situation evolving before you? And are there any thoughts that you have in mind to shape the thinking of the nations that you represent at the Commonwealth?
Thank you, Professor Gupta, for this question. And let me first thank you for inviting the young colleague Ratul, who has been a part of the new generation and the generation which will be most part of the receiving end of the whole cyclic change which world is seeing. And it also brings me to a very other important point that as far as the climate is concerned, we have been talking about intergenerational equity, that what is available to the present generation should also be available to the future generations. So this also brings to the job context, as I can make out from her experience that it's hard to get the job in advanced economy. But it also points to another very important factor that the job growth and the job opportunities are going to shift from advanced economies to the developing economies. The jobs will be there where there is a problem, and the problems are there in the developing economies. So now the educational system is there in the advanced economy. The job opportunities are going to be there in developing economy. So how to create a match between the two? So I think this will require a great reset in terms of the whole industrialization process, the whole educational systems, and also the mindset that the money lies today in problem solving. Like if you see now India, the third largest ecosystems in the world in terms of the startup, because we have a lot of problems. So that's where the opportunities lie. That's where the profit lies. So this is something which we have to prepare the future generation to ensure that they becomes a job creator rather than a job seekers. That's a fundamental shift which countries have to see. Now coming back to my own Commonwealth of the nation, which is, as you rightly pointed out, is a 56 countries member with 2.5 billion populations and a $13 trillion economy of these 56 countries. And more importantly, which is relevant in this context, is that 60% of the population of these 2.5 billion is under the age of 30. So the biggest challenge which I have been experiencing while talking to the various the heads of the government, the ministers, and everywhere is that how to engage the youth, how to mainstream the youth in the whole process, created in their own economy, in their own country. This is the biggest challenge because many of those countries are very much concerned about in the country. If you can't get the youth the capacity to work, the availability of the jobs to them is a big challenge as far as the peace and security in the country is concerned. So what we have been doing is that, as you know, in the Commonwealth, we have huge opportunities of trading within the Commonwealth countries, and that is an advantage because all these Commonwealth countries are having the same legal system, the same rules and procedure, and almost the same kinds of languages. Everybody understands the English. So these countries understand those things in a very, very similar manner. So that gives an advantage that if you're trading within the Commonwealth countries, if you're investing within the Commonwealth countries, you have 21% advantage vis-a-vis if you trade or invest in a non-Commonwealth country. So we are trying to enhance that 21% to 30% by using the whole digitalization process in the Commonwealth countries so that there is more trade, more investment within the Commonwealth countries and creates more opportunities, particularly for the small and medium enterprises, which are considered to be the job creators. So we cannot control the big firms, which are like the Apple, Microsoft, Google we are talking about, but can we make our young people as a part of the ecosystem, which is MSMEs, to become an entrepreneur and create jobs. Each small and medium enterprises in India, average are generating jobs from 4.5% to 10 people, So that's where the power lies for the countries which are still in the developing stage. And to that, we had started massive skilling programs for the university graduates. So they are skilled in a way that they can use those skilling programs to get the jobs as well as to start their own entrepreneurship programs. Secondly, we have been trying to reskill the government officials. As we said that technology will find its place, whether it's the private sector, the government. So we can't stop that, how artificial intelligence is going to change the life of the people, whether working in the government or the private. So we have started preparing them through the skilling programs. We have launched AI for the public officials in the Commonwealth countries, and we are trying to ensure that they are fully prepared not only to adopt the AI, but also to understand the plus and minus of the AI. Where is the problem? How their countries are going to face the challenges? What are the hidden things? Which are the biases in the algorithm which can affect their organization and the countries? So these are some of the initiatives which we are trying to work and trying to ensure that the future generation, particularly which has the maximum stake in their own country, in the global peace, in the global order, and for making this planet very safe, are part of this whole agenda for scaling digitalizations and everything. And I'm sure that if we can do that, we will have a very resilient young generations who will be good for themselves, for the country, as well as for a very sustainable and habitable planet. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Here, one side debating and discussing sustainable automation, but one thing I also realized that yes, technology is not going away. So yesterday on the main session, the technologies of the future, I announced Project Create, which is about collaborating to realize employment and entrepreneurship for all using through a tech ecosystem. Because certainly the current models are making corporations stronger than nations, and they will definitely prevail upon and change the policies. And the point you brought about the MSMEs, and the tech envoy of the UN was on my panel, and he appreciated the fact that we should talk about job creation, because that's something that people don't talk about. We always talk about profitability, productivity. So this will be one question to you, maybe putting you on the spot. How would you see Commonwealth supporting an initiative like Create? This is under the auspices of our DC jobs at IGF. I'll come back, Puran. I mean, this question is for Suresh. Yeah, I will. Yeah. Yep. Suresh, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Gupta, and I really admire your the capacity and the ability to innovative thinking and come out with innovation solutions. As I said in the beginning, that the emphasis for creating jobs, and particularly the jobs by using the appropriate technology. I'm neither for the technology nor for against the technology. But if you recall in 70s, India coined a very important term, how to use the appropriate technology. I used to study in the IIT Delhi, and the focus was that which energy is suitable for India's need at that point of time. So this discussion has been for a very long time that it should not be the mad race for automation, that if some country is doing, I should do it. But what is my local need? Am I happy with a simple solution of the problem solving, or should I go for blockchain or crypto or other so-called fancy products in the market? So that's a very individualized country solutions. But coming back to your point, definitely we can explore with you that what models you have in mind and how it can be helpful in creating public goods for the people and for the country. Because anything, whether it's developed by the corporate, whether it's developed by the individuals, whether it's developed by the government, which has a public value, I think we all should come together and support that public initiative, which can be good for the society and the people, and particularly the young population. So I'll be very happy to explore further with you, and I'm very open, minded person, and definitely we can talk much about it. That what is this initiative and how we can leverage our own platform value as well as the need of the countries for jobs, because the job is number one agenda in most of the countries. Every country is concerned that how to create the job, how to create the young people engaged in the meaningful economic activities, so that they are not only a kind of a resource for the countries, rather than becoming kind of a drain on the country. So that's a question, and very very thoughtful of you to go on this line. And please always think that the like-minded people who wants to see a very good world, a safe planet will always be with you.
You are always very sharp in the words you use. You mentioned the word public good and global good. I think that encapsulate everything. The theme of this entire project is internet for all and livelihood for all, because still 2.4 billion people, or 2.7, between these two number, whichever is correct, are still not connected to the internet. Now with this, I think with the last 10 minutes or so, would love to pass it on and discussion as questions. Smriti, do we have questions from the online or even within the room? Happy to take them.
Yeah, we have questions online. First is, what can be done to pacify the mass hysteria amongst people that is associated with automation? And second question is, can reskilling of the working population be a solution to tackle unsustainable automation?
So for me to answer, I also served as a member of the Education Policy Committee of the Government of India. The current education system is not in tune with the changing needs of the time. I mean, that's something that we are talking of 18th century education system with a 21st century setup. So there's a complete mismatch. I mean, the four walls are not going to deliver you out of the box thinking. So that has to be rethought. The old paradigm of teaching botany, zoology, chemistry, physics, maths is important, but it's not the only option that we should give to students. So that is one part that we need to redo our education system, more so in light of what COVID has done to us. The second thing about mass hysteria, I think the proof is in the pudding. I think Rahul is one who is doing a master's in London, finds it tough to support her education through a part-time job. That's the reality before us. And that's why for us, this report, Sustainable Automation, is about looking at those challenges and finding a solution. Do we have a solution? No. Do we have to find a solution? Do we don't have a choice? So I think that is where this is a wider debate for us when we look at Project Create, is to work together to find what is that route going to be. Would it be a discrete automation or would it be indiscriminate? Indiscriminate, I don't know, is going to solve everyone's problem. But we need to look at what level we need to use automation and where. That's what I think Dr. Rishi brought out, that we don't have, if the companies, so-called trillion-dollar companies, don't have a business model, then I think it's our job to find out. Yeah, I think there's a question in the room also. We can take that, then we move to online.
Yeah, my question was pretty similar to the second one, but I'll try and frame it a little bit differently. When you were talking about, for example, 99% of agricultural workers are going to be unemployed due to automation. When we're talking about reskilling, obviously it's impossible to give like a proper estimate, but how effective do you think that's going to be for this 99% of people in this field? Can you really reskill 99% of people who are losing their jobs?
So, you know, I can give a perspective from my country's perspective, you know, where we have a very diverse 36 states spread across 1.4 billion population, and different parts of India are living in different ages. You know, some have the most advanced, like in Bombay, Delhi, and metros. Some are living in semi-urban areas, some in rural areas. So it's a complex challenge. But the question is, what are we focusing on? We are trying to focus on metros into smart cities. Is that a solution, or should we look at smart villages? I mean, that's the kind of mental shift. I think one of our expert panelists talked about it. We need to rethink the way we look at things. So, but I would actually like if someone from my panel, I have Dr. Puranchand Pandey, who used to be on the board of World Food Program. I'm sure he's looked at topic in much more depth, given the fact that I was looking, I mean, this is the data that's there in this report, that we'll have to enhance our production by 70% to meet the food needs of 2050. Can you imagine that with the shrinking force? There is no 3D food, you know, that you will get without growing the actual biological nutrients, unless we try to create something out of thin air. So I'll actually pass it on to Dr. Puran Pandey if he wants to chip in, or someone else on the expert panel online.
Situation, there's a scenario, including that of the shift from one level of technology to another level of technology. So there are 75 governments around the world who are now thinking in terms of how to safeguard these young people, safeguard the poor, safeguard the vulnerable, so that they do not really fall off the cliff in a society, giving a lot of potential problem of the social order, whereby then the government will need to spend a lot of money on police, on security, and the consequential difficulties and the problems which society could probably pass through. So I will really stop here, but answering the question, which is about agriculture, you rightly said that with cost of living crisis taking place, and that will be accelerated as we pass into our times, and people will not really have enough food to eat. And even agricultural or agrarian societies will find it pretty hard to continue to feed their own people. And therefore, on the one hand, technology is going to be pretty obvious when it will be deployed to sort of increase the productivity, sees to it that nutrition value in the agricultural product which is being grown in fields is going to be secured. And how will the supply chain from one part of the world where agricultural produce is being grown or produced in a larger quantity will get exported to other countries in Africa, in Middle East, so that people do not really suffer from the hunger and could probably make both the ends meet. So in times to come, there'll be a lot of premium on how countries and societies are going to grow agricultural products. And this is where I believe, while the jobs might be getting lost in manufacturing or in services, because there is an excessive dose of technology, but there will be sectors like agriculture, sectors like MSME, sectors like, household businesses, startups. So I think while on the one hand, technology is going to dismantle jobs and throw people out in a very large quantity, but then there are going to be certain sectors where more and more jobs seem to be going to be created. And we have got to be mindful, and this is what I said when I started opening, talking about it, that it is precisely the kind of the duty of the government and the private sector together to see to it that they identify areas, they identify sectors, they identify people, begin to skill them, and then at the same time, begin to give them protection, which is in terms of social safety and security. Unless and until these things are going to be put in place and put in place as quickly as possible, we could probably see technology not only displacing people from several sectors together, but also bringing a lot of social disorder, which might be a very, very difficult proposition for anybody to be able to control beyond a point in time. And therefore, it is not only being able to adopt to technology, but also how do we really see to it that we take away the downside to technology and get them to mitigate, and also create or build
To stop,
resilience.
we are beyond our schedule. So just 10 seconds to everyone on this important question is like, all my panelists, should sustainable development goals have sustainable automation as SDG 18? Yes or no? Just from each one of you before we wrap the session. I would ask Rishi, Suresh, Ashish, Ratul, and then you, Rishi.
Yeah, definitely yes. The sustainable automation is there, and we have to work on it. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I think sustainable automation is very, very important, but whether to go as SDG 18, you have to see SDG 9, whether that sustainable industrialization can cover that. And I think we are too late in the game because we are already halfway past. So whether that can fit in.
Yes, and as Suresh said, focused on decent jobs and industrial automation, industrial sustainable industry. That is something that.
Yes, sustainable automation should be considered as SDG 18.
This is an important area and goes along with SDG 9. And as Suresh said, we are already late in the game because UN system to be able to go back and try and include another goal as any other goal would be very difficult and almost impossible.
Room, like, would you raise hands or hands down to saying SDG 18 or SDG 9 merged with sustainable automation is the way? Maybe just show of hands should be just good. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I think an interesting discussion. This is just a primer for debate. We hope that going forward, we will work on it. And I look forward to engaging with you. And thank you so much for joining online. Have a great day or great evening or good night, probably, for those who are joining across the world. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care.
Thank you.
Recording in progress. Hello?
Two minutes started. Thank you very much. Hello. Oop. All right. Hello and good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining this session. You already win a prize for having been able to find this room down in the bunker. So thank you very much for having made your way here. It's really a great pleasure to be hosting this session on cyber attacks and e-evidence, attribution and accountability, which is organized by the Council of Europe. I know it's been a very busy and intense week, so thank you for sticking with it on the Thursday afternoon and joining us for this discussion. My name is Martha Stickings. I work at the Council of Europe Cybercrime Programme Office, which is based in Bucharest in Romania. I think we are, by this point, all really rather too familiar with the profound damage that is caused by cyber attacks. That's damage to individuals who see their human rights violated, to companies and businesses which suffer financial and reputational damage, to public bodies and critical infrastructure. For example, some of the reprehensible attacks that we saw on healthcare institutions during the pandemic. And of course, also damage to our democratic institutions through election interference and misinformation. Taken together, these really mean that cyber attacks undermine the core values of our societies, of democracy, human rights, the rule of law, and of course they pose a threat to international peace and security. And we have, unfortunately, a very clear example of that at the moment in the extensive cyber attacks that are being conducted by Russia as part of its aggression against Ukraine. This situation with respect to cyber attacks is really made more difficult by the chronic challenges that we face in bringing perpetrators of cyber attacks to justice. It's estimated that less than 0.1% of cybercrimes are successfully prosecuted. And this really points to a major accountability gap where criminals are simply not being brought to justice for the offences that they commit. A large part of the challenge is the difficulties that we face in securing and accessing the electronic evidence that is critical to correctly attributing these crimes to their perpetrators, to detecting the offences in the first place, identifying the criminals responsible, and collecting the evidence that is needed to prosecute them. Obtaining electronic evidence is a complex challenge. Electronic evidence is inherently volatile. It's very easy to be deleted or altered. It's often stored in foreign, multiple, or sometimes unknown jurisdictions, requiring effective international criminal justice cooperation to access. And of course, electronic evidence is frequently held by private sector entities, which means that we have to find effective ways for criminal justice systems to be able to cooperate with these companies. And of course, all of this requires effective safeguards to ensure that government to government and public-private cooperation is in line with both rule of law standards and human rights principles. This really raises a number of different issues. Questions around how can we improve the attribution of cyber attacks and other crimes involving electronic evidence? What is needed to ensure that the perpetrators of such acts are held accountable for their crimes? What are the tools that we have available to us to be able to obtain electronic evidence? And how can we guarantee that human rights and rule of law standards are upheld in our efforts to combat cybercrime? Now, these are not easy questions with simple answers, but fortunately we have a stellar panel of experts from across the world that can help us to navigate some of these questions. So really I'm delighted to be joined here in person by Esteban Aguilar Vargas, who is a prosecutor at the Cybercrime Unit of the Prosecutor's Office in San Jose in Costa Rica. And as I know, because we travel together, has come a very long way to be here. So thank you very much, Esteban. And then online also we have a number of different speakers, which I hope you will be able to see shortly. We have Pei Ling Lee, who is head of cyber strategy and capacity development at Interpol's Cybercrime Directorate. Wendy Betts, who is director of Eyewitness to Atrocities, which is an organization established by the International Bar Association that combines law and technology to promote accountability for serious international crimes. And last but certainly not least is Alexander Seger, who is Executive Secretary of the Cybercrime Convention Committee and head of the Cybercrime Programme Office at the Council of Europe. Our rapporteur for the session, Jacqueline Fick, who is CEO of Visstrat Solutions. Unfortunately, she's not able to be with us in person today, but she's going to be closely following the discussions and capturing all the experiences, the recommendations, and the takeaways stemming from this session. Now, I have to say, while we're very fortunate to be able to listen to the experience and expertise of our speakers, we also very much want to hear from you, the audience. We have a dedicated microphone to be hearing from you, and we'll make sure that there is time left at the end of the session for your questions, your comments, your reflections on what you've heard. So please be thinking of what you might want to ask, and don't be shy to bring your experiences and your contributions to the discussion. Now, I think that's quite enough from me. So now really it's time to hear from our speakers. To start with, we would like to just delve a little bit deeper into some of the challenges that practitioners face in investigating and prosecuting cyber attacks. And for that, I would like to turn first to Pei Ling. And to ask her if she can please tell us a bit about the current threats and trends when it comes to cyber attacks and electronic evidence from the Interpol perspective. So Pei Ling, please, over to you.
Hi, are you able to hear me? All right. Okay, let me just see if I can turn my camera on. All right. Thank you very much.
I think we need the volume up a bit.
Oh, okay. Is this much better now? Okay, does this work better now? No? Okay, just give me a chance.
I think online it is fine. Online the sound is fine.
question.
Organization Conti was an attack of the computer systems of many public entities. The most affected was the Ministry of Finance, an affectation that resulted in a great economic loss for the government and for the civilians who use the systems. While the second attack was carried out by the criminal group known as Hive, this second event violently attacked the Costa Rican public health system, which is highly relevant since it covers the entire country and provides free care for the entire population also. Nowadays, Costa Rica is still in the recovery phase. However, after this catastrophe, we have learned a series of lessons which we consider to be extremely valuable and should be transmitted to the rest of the world. Those are countries, companies, and organizations must invest in cybersecurity. This must be a priority subject, and the creation of internal policies is necessary so that the governments, private companies, academia, and civil society can jointly give response to the need for human technical input to meet such needs, taking as a priority the protection of critical government entities. Law enforcement must have technical staff with the necessary skills to provide attention and investigation to the ransomware crime. Unfortunately, in Costa Rica, we don't have yet a staff with such skills, and this is essential to be able to obtain evidence and elements that will give a good direction to the investigation. This would also make it possible to attribute the commission of crime to a person and eventually prosecuted in the criminal justice system. We know that this is extremely complicated due to the greater technological sophistication used by criminals, and also because the time that elapses is essential for the recovery of useful evidence for the case. Another thing is that the international cooperation and joint investigations are absolutely necessary. In the specific case, for my country, it was extremely important to have the help for investigators and also for authorities from countries such as the United States, Israel, and Spain. Doesn't matter what happened in the World Cup with Spain, but they are our friends who offered to help in a real critical moment. These countries send human resources and technical tools to Costa Rica. This cooperation was done in an informal, fast, and updated way. I believe this is the key to emergency care, such as ransomware crimes, where they must use modern technological means as tools to combat precisely a crime that uses the same weapons. Last but not least, countries, through the promotion of law enforcement, must seek the creation of timely legislation that allows them to deal with this crime, covering the three previous points. This will facilitate investigation and attention to this criminal phenomenon. It should be noted that much of this fact is already advanced through international agreements such as the Budapest Convention, which can be a useful tool for every one of us in our countries.
Thank you very much, Esteban. And I think a number of the challenges that you were mentioning that Costa Rica faced earlier this year very much tie in with some of the broader threats that we see at the regional level, but also at the global level. So your experiences, while it was a particularly acute situation in Costa Rica, are unfortunately very much shared experiences. So then I think we will try to go back to Pei Ling from Interpol, who will indeed be able to sort of complement what Esteban was saying by bringing in a bit of a global perspective from the Interpol side. So Pei Ling, over to you, and I hope we can hear you in the room this time.
Okay, good day again, everyone. I hope that my volume is now much better. If I can get an indication of whether the volume is getting better, I think that would be good. All right, I suppose there are no issues, so I think I will commence first. Thank you again for having me. So I'm going to use the next few minutes to share more about what we are in terms of trends concerning cybercrime. So just to set the stage, very recently, specifically during our General Assembly that took place in October in New Delhi, India, we have formally launched our first Interpol Global Crime Trend report. And this report aims to provide perspectives down to the regional level on crime trends and threats that we see under our 4 global crime programs, including cybercrime. So what I will be able to share with you from this report, which is available online as a summary in our 4 official languages. So what I will be able to tell you is, in terms of cybercrime, what we are seeing globally is that ransomware remains one of the top concerns throughout the world, where we see various activities done by cyber criminals and syndicates. So apart from ransomware, other top cybercrime trends that we see, phishing, online scams, and computer intrusion, such as various kind of hacking offenses. So these are the cybercrime trends which our 195 member countries most frequently perceive as posing high or very high threats globally. Then separately, we are also seeing an increase in prominence of online child sexual exploitation and abuse, because this was ranked among the top 10 crime trends that is also perceived to pose a high or very high threat by member countries. And it is expected by a large proportion of member countries that these crimes, as I mentioned earlier, will continue to increase or significantly increase in future. So before I move on, I will largely encourage everyone here to take a look at the Global Crime Trend Report, which is available online. And what I've earlier shared is the global crime trend. Within the report itself, we do break down in terms of particular threats and trends that we see at the regional level. So moving on, I would like to use the time that I'm allocated to talk about some challenges that law enforcement has in addressing cyber attacks and securing digital evidence. So as far as we can see, the challenges for law enforcement can be divided into 3 main points. The first one is really on having adequate access to relevant information and intelligence. One big problem that we have is that cybercrime is often underreported across various jurisdictions. And what happens in this case is that this is of a disadvantage to law enforcement, because such underreporting will lead to, firstly, a lack of clear appreciation of the cyber threat landscape. And then this will also have a negative effect in terms of allocation and prioritization of resources by national governments in dealing with cybercrime. The pandemic has already made clear to us that cybercrime has become a real threat, because the attack surfaces has really hugely increased due to the rapid advancement and adoption of digital technologies during the COVID-19 pandemic, and that more resources should then go into prevention and disruption of cybercrime. Another challenge that we see on the perspective of secure digital evidence is that law enforcement is seldom the first responders to a cyber incident. On the other hand, we see other national entities such as computer emergency response teams or CERTs. They usually are the first responders because organizations and corporations often have a legal obligation to report to cyber regulatory authorities. So more often than not, other national entities dealing with cybersecurity, they have first dibs of the digital crime scene, so to speak, and as well as having first access to digital evidence. So this group, these national entities should be of priority in terms of engagements by law enforcement to ensure the proper securing of digital evidence. Other private entities like corporations also possess most data and technical expertise, and we should also look at cooperating with them. The second part of the challenge is really on legislative and technical tools that are available to address the issue of securing digital evidence. So currently, there are already many existing instruments that deals with the securing of digital evidence, and this runs the gamut from formal instruments of cooperation like mutual legal assistance, as well as various international conventions like the Budapest Convention. Of course, most of us will be aware that there is ongoing work by the UN ad hoc committee to come up with an international convention. So this, in time to come, will then serve as a good international instruments dealing with cybercrime and digital evidence. But of course, there's a need for law enforcement to ensure, we have adequate technical tools to analyze and collect such digital evidence. Which brings me to my third and last point. For law enforcement, of course, many jurisdictions have set up, specialized units dealing with very specific kinds of cybercrime. But usually, the first responders are what we would call the generalists, who are responsible to be the first line of response to the digital crime scene. So there is a need to ensure, that they possess the adequate knowledge and expertise to be able to deal with digital evidence, because this is the proper chain of custody of this digital evidence, so that these evidence can really withstand scrutiny, for example, at a later stage where there's a need to attribute it to certain actors or to prosecute these actors in a proper judicial court. So I think in gist, these are the few challenges that we'll highlight, but I think other panelists here will also be able to elaborate on other legislative and international instruments, policy instruments to deal with digital evidence. And I really look forward to further discussion on the topic of cyber attacks and attribution, as well as digital evidence for the rest of this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pei Lin, for setting out some of the challenges. I just wanted to give the opportunity to participants both here in the room and also online participants. If you have any questions regarding any of the challenges that both Pei Lin and also Esteban were mentioning, or any experiences from your country that also reflect some of the issues that they've been highlighting in their intervention so far.
Okay, good afternoon all. I think when it comes to cybercrime and cyber issues, the challenges transcends nations. What I'm trying to say is that the challenges that might be endemic in Europe might be worse in Africa. What might not be endemic in Africa might be worse in Europe. The level of cyber attacks from the African continent to the rest of the world is probably minimal because we still a continent that is predominantly offline. But the infrastructure in Africa is suffering cyber attacks from across the world. My point is that when it comes to, okay, by the way, I'm a law enforcement officer from Zambia Police Service. I work in the cyber office. I didn't introduce myself, apologies. So basically, some of the challenges that we face are twofold. One of the major challenges we face is the monetary threshold. If I have a case reported in Zambia, somebody loses $2,000. That's a lot of money back home. That's a lot of money. But if I request information and probably assistance from another agency, say in France, $2,000 is a negligible amount of money. They wouldn't put their resources just to track down a criminal who's stolen what? $2,000. So at the end of it all, we're more like still playing the cat and mouse because in Africa, that amount is huge. Imagine somebody steals $100 from maybe 30 persons. When you aggregate the amount, it's about $3,000. But again, the issue of where is this suspect located? Say he's in Brussels or France. How much amount are other agencies going to put or efforts to track down that criminal over a $3,000, which in those jurisdictions is negligible. So it has become a huge setback, a huge drawback when investigating crimes that transcends borders and where issues of mutual legal assistance comes in. Of course, there's a certain threshold of amount of money that our colleagues in the Western world would follow. Maybe say $100,000. Yes, that they'll commit their resources to following that. But at the end of it all, what about the one who lost that $1,000? They'll end up not being helped. My second challenge is on the issues of ransomware. As you can tell, the capability of Africans to create these sophisticated ransomware codes is minimal. Of course, others can buy it from the darknet. But the issue is, as law enforcers, are we trained enough to analyze the malware, probably even do like a reverse engineering on it to understand its behavior? We don't. Most of the cases of ransomware are underreported because an organization can suffer a serious cyber attack, but they would not report to the police, knowing that the police will do nothing because they don't have the capacity to investigate that case. They will only report it for the sake of record keeping in the case that some of the data that has been compromised is financial in nature. So as they return their taxes, they must justify why some informations are missing. That's where the police comes in, just for the sake of just reporting to the police to say, okay, we had a cyber attack, and this is a report that we got from the police. But at the end of the day, if left unchecked, it becomes a playing ground for cyber criminal, knowing that in as much as we can get some money from this organization, and that organization, nothing will be done about it because the law enforcers have no capability. So I still feel there's need to enhance capacity building, training, to ensure that some of these gray areas that we face in our investigations are tackled, not as a single nation, but as more like a combined effort. Thank you.
Please.
Hello, my name is Dr. Haru Al-Hassan from Nigeria. I'm just adding a comment on what the gentleman did. Not only the law enforcement like police, we also need to educate the judges and the lawyers on issue of handling cyber crimes. In my country, we have similar problems. The judges themselves and the lawyers are not well equipped on the challenges of fighting cyber crimes or handling cyber crime cases, and also difficulty of extracting the digital evidences, as he said. There is need to be a capacity building in the list of in the area of forensics, that is digital forensics, tools, extraction, training, and so on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Tesfaye from Ethiopia. I came from the judiciary, and it is a good presentation by the panelists. This cybercrime, actually we have a law which regulates cybercrime in Ethiopia. It's called a computer crimes law, and also there are some provisions in different legislations. But as the previous commentators have said, that the knowledge on how to investigate, how to prosecute, how to adjudicate cyber crimes is not as per the impact of the crimes. Therefore, getting enough capacity building in this area is very important. Having said that, I have two or three comments. The first one is on gathering of evidences, because this cybercrime is going to be adjudicated by the formal judiciary, by the court. Therefore, the gathering of the evidence should be in line with international and national procedural guarantees. That means the judiciary should be notified as what is going to be apprehended, what type of data are going to be gathered from whom, because we need to balance the right of privacy. That means the data should be protected, and also it needs to be used for the justice sector. Therefore, what are the experiences, maybe Costa Rica or the Interpol, in gathering data or evidences for the justice sector? This is the first one. The second one is, these are cyber crime may be committed by persons who are not easily identified. And it is known that this cyber crime, some call it cyber war, and even countries want to use different mechanisms to sabotage the election, to attack the basic infrastructure of other countries. Countries, as per, may not participate in such type of acts, but they may deploy private parties, and these private parties may sit in one country, having different passports. Therefore, identifying, capturing, apprehending them is, I think, so difficult. Therefore, the cooperation between different countries is, I think, very critical. Beyond politicization, beyond politics, I think countries should work, because the loss from this cybercrime is very high. Therefore, what should be taken as insight in order to get a cooperation? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see we have two other questions, but I will come back to you after the next speaker, if that's okay. Thank you very much for those contributions, which just goes to show what a good audience we have, because in fact you have preempted a number of the issues that we will be discussing in the latter part of the session. But just to really highlight, I think, a few of the very important challenges that have been raised from the floor. I think it's a very good reminder that, of course, while we do see some global threats, we see regional trends, of course, the exact experience of every country is different. And so it's always going to require a tailored approach to make sure that criminal justice responses do reflect the specific situation in each country and the individual challenges that are faced. And that, in a sense, then ties in nicely to the points about the importance of capacity building for criminal justice practitioners. That is precisely what we do at the Council of Europe Cybercrime Programme Office, is work with countries across the world to strengthen criminal justice capacities to be able to respond effectively to cybercrime from the police side, from the magistrate side, from the prosecutor side, from the judicial side, and also working with policymakers and legislators. And we always really very much want to make sure that then all of that support is specifically tailored to the situation in individual countries. So I think now we have a pretty good grounding in terms of what the problems, what the difficulties are. So I think we need to start thinking about what some of the solutions available are, and what some of the tools that we have at our disposal to be able to address these challenges, and particularly to be able to secure electronic evidence both effectively to make sure it can be used in criminal justice proceedings, as well as efficiently to make sure that it can be accessed quickly when it's needed. Legislation is, of course, always going to be at the foundation of an effective criminal justice response to cybercrime. We were hearing that already from our speaker from Ethiopia. So I'd like to then give the floor to Alexander Seger, who will be able to tell us a little bit about the tools provided by the Budapest Convention and its additional protocols. So please, Alexander, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Marta, Nina, and online and all the other speakers, but also thanks to the participants and their questions raised a few minutes ago. Here in Europe, I'm speaking from Strasbourg, here in Europe we have a war of aggression, the Russian regime against Ukraine with violation of international law, torture, rape, murder, and other atrocities against civilians and war crimes. And this is accompanied by cyber attacks against civilian infrastructure and other forms of cybercrime. And yes, accompanied by state actors, but also non-state actors, that is criminal organizations at the service of the Russian regime. This is something that was underlined yesterday by the ambassador of Ukraine to the Council of Europe when he signed the new second additional protocol to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. And of course, many states, organizations, and individuals are being targets of ransomware attacks. Costa Rica has a story to tell in this respect, but many other countries also do so. So indeed, how best to obtain the evidence needed, the electronic evidence needed to ensure accountability, and how to bring offenders to justice. Not only with respect to cybercrime and cyber attacks, but also other crimes where evidence is on computer systems, and that includes evidence of war crimes. I believe that with the framework of the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime, we have something available that is highly relevant. And if I say framework, I mean, on the one hand, common standards. That means the Budapest Convention itself, the guidance notes and the protocols, but also the assessments and follow by the Cybercrime Convention Committee. And then, as Marta pointed out, the capacity building activities by the Cybercrime Program Office of the Council of Europe. It is based in Bucharest in Romania, but from where we support well over 140 countries worldwide to train judges, prosecutors, to work on legislation, to enhance cooperation with service providers, and so on. This framework of the Budapest Convention is relevant globally because of the geographical reach. We have now 68 parties to the treaty. Yesterday, Brazil joined this treaty. A few months ago in July, Nigeria also became a party. And well over 120 countries around the world have aligned their domestic legislation with this treaty. We also now have 30 states that signed a new second additional protocol, which is dealing with enhanced cooperation and disclosure of electronic evidence. And just yesterday, Croatia, Moldova, Slovenia, Sri Lanka, Ukraine, and United Kingdom also signed this new second additional protocol. So this framework provides the tool the tools for an effective criminal justice response to bring offenders to justice. And as I said, it's not just the treaties and the protocols, but also the capacity building activities that go with it. So this is how it, if it applies in practice. If there is a cyber attack, if there's cyber crime, the first question is there an offense? What is the offense under the domestic law of the country, but also of other countries that may be involved in this offense, or where the evidence may be located? The Budapest Convention lists a very limited number of offenses, 10 offenses against and by means of computers, illegal access to computers, data system interference, and some others. The Cybercrime Committee has adopted a number of guidance notes to show how these limited numbers of offenses listed there in combination can be used to criminalize critical infrastructure attacks, distributed denial of service attacks, but also ransomware offenses. Yesterday, and I put this in the chat for those participating online, yesterday the committee adopted a guidance note on ransomware. We also have a first protocol on xenophobia and racism that is criminalizing aspects of hate speech. It's very carefully phrased to ensure that it is compatible with the right to freedom of expression. But equally, or maybe even more important than criminalizing certain conduct, is the question of electronic evidence. Because we know without evidence, you cannot, there's no justice. You cannot bring an offender to justice. You need the evidence. And how to obtain the evidence, electronic evidence that may be all over the place on computers in multiple jurisdictions, how can we obtain this evidence that also meets the evidentiary standards in criminal proceedings? And here the Convention on Cybercrime provides for law enforcement powers with the necessary powers to order the preservation of computer data, to search and seize computer data and systems with regard to electronic evidence, to intercept traffic data and content data, and so on. So there are clear provisions foreseen, provisions that parties have to provide in their domestic law in order to secure and collect electronic evidence. And not just electronic evidence in relation to cybercrime, but any evidence, any crime where evidence is in a computer system. That may include a rape case, somebody is raped, a real life rape, but the location data may point at a certain suspect. That location data on the phone is electronic evidence, or also evidence in relation to war crimes. As we now experience in Ukraine, a lot of the evidence in relation to war crime is evidence on computer systems. And these, the provisions of the Budapest Convention, but also of the new second additional protocol, also permit international cross-border cooperation. That means to, in the case of the second additional protocol, to go directly to a service provider in another party to ask for subscriber information. One of the questions just raised from the audience was how would another country cooperate through mutual assistance if the value or the damage is a few $100 or euros, if it's very limited? Under this new second additional protocol, you don't have to go through mutual assistance to obtain subscriber information to find out who is the owner of a certain social media account, or who has been using an internet protocol address from where an offense was committed. Under the new second protocol, you can go directly to a service provider in the other party to obtain that information. You can order a service provider in another party to obtain that subscriber information. So the issue of mutual assistance, the heavy machinery of mutual assistance, is not really necessary here under this new protocol. And there are also provisions on cooperation in emergency situations when lives are at risk, like the child is being exploited or there is a terrorist attack going on where you need even content data. There's also a provision in this new protocol on how you can obtain this content data on a computer system without delay and without necessarily having to go through the very heavy mutual assistance procedure. And as I said, if you want to see how this plays out in terms of substantive criminality, the offenses, in terms of the procedural powers, in terms of international cooperation provisions, have a look at the guidance note that was on ransomware that was adopted yesterday by the committee, and that is also online. And of course, all of this has to be accompanied by a strong system of human rights and rule of law safeguards. This new second additional protocol, by the way, about 25% of the text is about data protection, because we have to make sure that if we have an efficient disclosure of data across borders, we have to make sure that these human rights and rule of law requirements are still met. Very important. As I said, and we also, as part of this framework, is capacity building, which is crucial for many countries, and we work with many countries in Africa, for that matter, giving priorities to those countries that have requested accession to the Budapest Convention. We have developed a number of guides on electronic evidence, on how to develop standard operating procedures for electronic evidence, guides on cryptocurrency investigations, loads of training materials that we are using to train judges around the world, and so on. So, in conclusion, we believe that the framework of the Convention on Cybercrime remains the most relevant global legal framework to obtain electronic evidence that is needed to attribute cyber attacks, to ensure accountability, and to bring offenders to justice. And because this convention, this framework is backed up by capacity building programs, we are also able to assist you and other criminal justice authorities to apply the tools of this framework in practice. And with that, back to you, Marta.
Out some of the very practical provisions and tools that the Budapest Convention provides to states parties, not only for their domestic action to combat cybercrime, but also very importantly in terms of providing clear structured modalities for effective international cooperation. You were mentioning also at the end the importance of combining the strong legal framework also with capacity building, picking up on one of the themes that I think is already recurring in the session. And in that respect, I think it would be great to hear also from Esteban again. Costa Rica has been a state party to the Budapest Convention for a number of years now, and is also one of the countries that has moved ahead and signed the second additional protocol to the convention. So it would be very useful to hear a bit from you in terms of how Costa Rica has been making use of the powers contained within the convention, particularly, of course, in light of the recent ransomware attacks.
Okay, I will try it in Spanish with the help of the translator. Es muy importante.
It is very important.
El poder conocer que países tan lejanos como países africanos y mi país Costa Rica.
It is very important to be aware of the fact that such distant countries, like countries in Africa and my own country, my home country, Costa Rica,
compartimos básicamente las mismas tendencias de cibercrimen que son generalmente de índole económico.
Are seeing the same trends in cybercrime, which are often economic nature.
De tal manera, la importancia de hacer uso de herramientas como el protocolo de Budapest.
Therefore, it is very important to make use of tools such as the Budapest Convention.
Lo que nos brinda a estos nosotros países en vías de desarrollo son herramientas para poder procesar e investigar adecuadamente los delitos de cibercrimen.
And these tools give to developing countries the means to be able to effectively prosecute cybercrime.
Y en el caso concreto de los delitos de ransomware, esto aún trae más importancia.
And more specifically, when talking about ransomware crimes,
porque son dos tareas muy importantes, dos retos muy importantes, tal y como exponían algunas de las personas que consultaron, y es que uno de los retos es el poder adjudicar la comisión del hecho y el otro reto es obtener la evidencia digital.
it becomes even more so important because, as other speakers have already highlighted, we face two main challenges here. The first one is to effectively attribute the authorship, who is the author of or the perpetrator of the offense, and second, how to secure the electronic evidence.
Y en efecto, mucha de esa prueba para poder demostrar estos dos retos va a ser prueba que se encuentra en un país diferente al nuestro.
And much of the electronic evidence is going to be located in a different country.
De tal manera que estas herramientas legales facilitan y promueven el hecho de que entre los países partes podamos compartir de manera directa y gestionar de forma directa el hecho de obtener prueba digital.
And through the legal tools, it is now easier to promote the fact that state or signatory states to the convention can share and manage the gathering of electronic evidence in a direct way.
Y aún más importante, y de ahí la necesidad de que entre ya en vigencia el segundo protocolo adicional al convenio, para que... Sorry, continue, the translator.
And therefore, it is even more so important that the second additional protocol to the convention comes into force.
Porque desde la perspectiva de un fiscal o de un investigador, el segundo capítulo brinda herramientas muy importantes, que es lo que nos decía anteriormente Alexander.
Because from the prosecutor's perspective, the second additional protocol gives a series of very important tools, as Alexander said earlier.
Para incluso ya no solamente trabajar entre los países partes, sino de forma directa gestionar evidencia digital hacia los proveedores de servicio.
And not only to collaborate directly between different state parties, but also to be able to manage the electronic evidence.
Lo cual en los casos de emergencia, como eventualmente podría trabajarse un asunto de ransomware, esto es sumamente relevante y una herramienta muy novedosa.
This is so important, and this is quite a novelty when dealing with emergency cases like ransomware crimes.
Finalmente, comparto y de forma personal también considero de que en efecto las salvaguardias deben de ser revisadas por parte de los países del sistema legislativo.
Also, I would like to say that personally, I agree to the idea that safeguards need to be revised on a national level.
Y esto porque estamos lamentablemente haciendo frente a una criminalidad muy novedosa con herramientas legales, si se quiere, y en el mejor de los casos, del siglo, de hace el siglo pasado, del siglo XX.
Because unfortunately, we are facing a very recent type of crimes, and we are trying to handle them with legal means that come from the previous century.
Dichosamente, este segundo protocolo adicional insta a los países parte a que revisen su legislación y valoren esta situación en pro precisamente de una investigación adecuada.
Fortunately, the second additional protocol compels state parties to revise their domestic legislation and to adapt it to the current needs.
Entonces, para concluir, en vista de que tenemos aquí también a personas que forman parte de las fuerzas del orden,
And now to conclude, and considering the fact that there are people representing law enforcement agencies in our audience today,
los reto a que seamos los primeros a que instemos en cada uno de nuestros países estas reformas legislativas y la adopción de estas herramientas como los que proporciona el convenio.
I challenge you to make our legislative bodies in our home countries to adopt this legislative reform.
Thank you very much, Esteban. Always good to end with a very clear call to action. So everybody in the room, if your countries haven't already done so, you have your homework. We here at the Council of Europe, we are very happy also to support you in that process of developing, amending your domestic legal frameworks to harmonize them with the standards that are set out in the Budapest Convention and also in the additional protocols. I just wanted then briefly to come back also to Pei Ling, who was mentioning earlier mutual legal assistance as one of the tools that Interpol makes use of in its work to combat cybercrime. But are there some other networks, different technical tools also that Interpol is able to draw on to support effective international cooperation? Please, Pei Ling.
Hello again. I think there is a lot of discussion so far about using like really formal forms of cooperation, such as mutual legal assistance. But I think we need to recognize that there are other, should I say, less formal instruments for cooperation among law enforcement. As we speak now, there are, countries with strong bilateral relations or multilateral relations with, for instance, their neighboring countries or other countries within the region. So this can continue as a form of, facilitating information exchange on an informal basis. And once you have should I say, gathered enough information about a particular crime or a particular criminal or actor or group, then that's where you can then tap on, formal forms of cooperation like mutual legal assistance. Even if you don't have strong bilateral or multilateral relationships with a certain country that you would like to request for information, there are various, 24/7 networks that are established. There's one 24/7 network under the Budapest Convention. There are also similar 24/7 networks for cybercrime units established by Interpol, as well as by the G7. So these are useful points of contact that countries can make use of to get, prompt assistance into cybercrime and to look at, the attribution of cyber criminals. But apart from that, what I want to highlight are other mechanisms that Interpol has in place to facilitate, data exchange or the sharing of information among member countries. We have established, at the request of our member countries, online platforms to facilitate information sharing, both generally as well as specifically for cybercrime operations. What we have here first is cyber. That is like a general information. I often describe it as, face the cybercrime or even, the cyber knowledge exchange to share, general information about what they see, general cybercrime threats and trends, non-sensitive information. So that's one. The other one, we also recognize the need for a good online platform for member countries as well as private sector partners where we have formal data sharing agreements with. We recognize the need for these entities to have a secure and restricted access platform for the sharing of data relating to cybercrime operations that they are mounting or that they are coordinating at the national, regional, or even global level. So we have established the Cybercrime Collaborative Platform for Operation, or CCP operation, I will give more information about these platforms that are publicly available so that the rest of you can go and take a look at this information. So this is a restricted access but secure platform which allows the sharing of files or data that's more restricted, such as police data, and it allows for the creation of workspaces whereby member countries or even Interpol, if we are leading on such operations, we can create workspaces to such that the sharing of information is restricted to the groups that are invited into those workspaces. This platform has proven to be very successful and beneficial for the coordinating of operations such as the African Cyber Search Operation that we have recently conducted within the African region. So that particular operation saw the participation of more than 20 member countries, including also our counterparts from Afropol. So the platform was used very actively to, report on the progress of their takedown operations, their arrest and seizure operations. And as we speak now, I think there's still very active exchanges of information within that workspace. So I think this is what I can share at this moment in time. But what I want to add in closing is that, we stand ready to provide technical assistance and support to our member countries in these various areas, and we are also continuing to play an active role in portraying the global law enforcement perspective at various international platforms such as the Ad Hoc Committee, which aims to establish an international cybercrime convention.
Much, Pei Ling. I think it's always good to be reminded that while the formal structured forms of cooperation such as mutual legal assistance are very important, of course also there are many different channels that are available to criminal justice practitioners to be able to cooperate effectively with your peers in different countries. You're already hearing about the 24/7 network established under Article 35 of the Budapest Convention, but of course countries that are both parties to the convention and observers to the convention, which are those countries that have been invited to accede to the convention, they are members of the Cybercrime Convention Committee, and that provides really an excellent opportunity to be able to share experiences, build contacts, and really get to know your peers in the now 68 countries that are states parties to the Budapest Convention, and they really span the whole world. So there's a huge amount of knowledge and experience that can be drawn on there. Now, I would like to move on to a very specific example of the importance of electronic evidence. Alexander was alluding to it earlier in his intervention about the importance of electronic evidence in being able to investigate allegations of war crimes. For example, those that are currently being committed in the context of the Russian aggression against Ukraine. And for that, I would like to turn to Wendy, as Eyewitness to Atrocities has developed a system to allow human rights documenters to capture photos or videos of human rights violations that can then be easily authenticated by a court. So Wendy, it would be great if you could just tell us a little bit about this tool and about some of the methods that you use to capture electronic evidence of these crimes. Over to you.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me? Perfect, thank you. As Martha said, my name is Wendy Betts, and I direct Eyewitness to Atrocities. We're based in London, and indeed we work with human rights defenders around the world, specifically to increase the potential evidentiary value of digital photos and videos they are taking related to war crimes and other serious international crimes. So we're not working on cybercrime specifically, but we are working with digital evidence for war crimes. And we do this by providing a free mobile camera app that allows the users to record photos and videos in a way that facilitates their actual admissibility as evidence in court. So once the photos and videos are taken, the user submits those to Eyewitness, and we then securely store that footage to safeguard the chain of custody until it can be used in an investigation or trial. And then finally, we are cataloging and indexing the footage that we received so it can be more easily used and accessed by law enforcement. So through this overall approach, we aim to bridge the gap between the frontline responders that are collecting information and the investigators who are then in a position to use this footage to seek justice. So I was speaking to you today kind of very broadly about the challenges of using digital evidence or digital information as evidence of war crimes. But since digital evidence is basically any information relevant to a case that can be collected, stored, or transmitted in electronic format, this is a very broad topic that could be a conference of its own, because we're talking about things ranging from mobile phone records to radio intercepts to social media posts. So to fit in the time allotted, I'm going to narrow the focus a bit to the medium that we work with, which is digital photo and video. So the idea behind Eyewitness arose in 2011, and this came out of the confluence of two events. This is really when we saw the proliferation of smartphones globally and the rise of social media platforms. And these trends resulted in people being able to record and share information on war crimes or other serious human rights violations in a way that the legal community and law enforcement hadn't really seen in the past. And so we saw the first widespread citizen recording of conflict in Syria starting in 2011. And now we're really seeing these trends crystallize further in Ukraine. And I think we have all seen so much footage circulating on social media coming out of Ukraine and other conflict zones and areas of unrest that seem like it's a ready source of evidence of the types of crimes that are being reported. But what we came to realize in 2011, and is certainly true today, is that footage and its metadata, so I'm talking about the location, the date, and the time it was taken, when recorded with a standard mobile phone camera, can easily be edited before it's posted online or before it's sent to investigators. And even if the information is accurate when it's posted, as is the information from many human rights defenders, the fact that it can be changed means that all this footage will need to be verified to be of use in investigations and trials. So even footage that won't go to court will need some level of analysis done to it to be useful to investigators. However, the process of verifying photos and videos that are taken on a standard mobile camera and then circulated online is very labor intensive and very time consuming, and in the end may not even be conclusive. So again, starting back in 2011, two different but related tracks of work have developed to address the challenges to demonstrating the authenticity of photo and video so they can be used as evidence. So the first approach was the creation of specialized tools for human rights defenders to use to ensure the authenticity of the footage they collect. These tools collectively are known as controlled capture tools because they are recording and embedding the information needed to demonstrate authenticity at the moment the image is captured, and that information remains in a controlled system. The second approach that was developed were the development of various methodologies to verify and authenticate footage that was captured using standard mobile cameras and circulated online. Now, this latter category of information circulated online or publicly available is what is known as open source information. So the basic definition of open source is publicly available information that any member of the public can observe, purchase, or request without requiring special legal status or unauthorized access. So this definition comes from a set of standards known as the Berkeley Protocol, which really provides the leading set of guidelines for using open source information in investigations. But going back to Eyewitness, we pursued the first track I mentioned. The Eyewitness app is a controlled capture tool. So the app is recording where and when the footage was taken in a way that does not rely on the photographer to provide this information. And importantly, it cannot be changed by the photographer or any other third party who might have access to the device. The app is also then designed to ensure the footage itself cannot be edited, again, either by the photographer or by any third party who might be able to access the device. As I mentioned before, the app user then uploads a copy of the footage to a server that Eyewitness maintains. So both the design of the app, together with the method of transmission to the server, and our storage protocols, once the footage is in our possession, allow us to really trace the lifespan of that footage from the time it was created by the app until it's used in an investigation or goes to court. And so that is how we can ensure to the courts that no one has had access to this information to be able to make any changes to it. So the challenge I was just talking about really is primarily the challenge of tracing the provenance of footage to demonstrate that it's authentic. But there's a number of other challenges related to using digital photo and video information as evidence of serious crimes. So I'm just going to touch briefly on 4 specific challenges. So the first is just the sheer volume of information and the rate at which it's being created. So the amount of information available makes it difficult and in some cases really impossible to sort through all of the available footage to identify items that might be of relevance to an investigation or a case. So by way of example, Eyewitness has received more than 27,000 photos and videos taken with the Eyewitness app from Ukraine since the end of February. This is easily 5 times, 6 times more than we would normally receive in a year. And so even though we can verify the authenticity of this footage because of the design of the app, it will still take tremendous human resources to catalog and index all of the information so that investigators can understand the content without having to view each individual piece. And I did a quick calculation yesterday. I think it would take one person working full-time for nearly a year just to catalog this footage alone. And then start to think about all of the open source footage that needs to be found, verified, as well as cataloged. So it's a tremendous challenge. There are tools being developed to address this, often relying on artificial intelligence, but these then come with their own set of challenges that again, could be a much longer discussion. The second challenge I'll mention is access. So a lot of photos and videos showing information related to war crimes are posted to social media platforms. In some cases, this footage is taken down because the algorithms that monitor the terms of service will flag this footage because sometimes the content can be quite graphic. In other cases, the footage is actually flagged before it's even posted online. So indeed, the social media platforms have a duty to protect their users. So this process makes perfect sense. However, some of this footage actually could be important potential evidence. So the questions of how to preserve the footage, identify relevant pieces, and access it for trials and cases that might take place years later have been the subject of ongoing discussions among the stakeholders in the field for a number of years now. The third challenge I want to mention are fair trial standards, and this topic came up earlier in the discussion from some of the audience members. The technology involved in collecting, verifying, and preserving digital evidence can be very complicated to understand, and all parties to the proceeding, from the prosecution to the defense to the judges, must understand it equally. If you have judges that are too skeptical of some of the technology, you might have good information dismissed. And conversely, if you have judges that are too easily impressed by the technology, poor information can be admitted. Equally important is for the defendant to receive a fair trial, their counsel must have the resources to adequately interrogate the technologies, as well as having the access to the technologies themselves to build their own cases. And then the third challenge I'll mention is simply practicality. So while some war crimes cases will end up in international courts or in courts in countries with a long history of using technology in the courtroom, many will not. And indeed, justice should be undertaken as locally as possible to the affected community. But this means that courts may not always have the facilities to accommodate the presentation of digital material in the courtroom. On some of our initial research, and we were starting Eyewitness and looking into the use of video evidence in some locations, we found that it was not necessarily a gap in the evidence code that was going to be a problem, but rather there was just not always the means for actually playing a video in court. So as we look at the use of digital evidence, we need to ensure that courts around the world are equally able to leverage this information in their trials. So I'll leave it there because I know there's more questions and comments to be made.
Thank you very much, Wendy, for the extremely concrete example of some of the different tools that are available to be able to collect evidence from also members of the general public that can then be crucial in this case, international proceedings with respect to war crimes and other very serious human rights violations. But I think some of the techniques that you were mentioning, some of the challenges also that you were mentioning are relevant also in the context of many other types of crime where electronic evidence is absolutely critical. And I know, for example, that a number of countries now have been developing online tools, mobile apps, which their citizens can use to be able to report cybercrimes that have affected them, and that these are very valuable tools in helping to combat the issue of underreporting, which, as Pei Ling was mentioning earlier, continues to be a very significant challenge. And also very interesting to hear about some of the concrete steps that can be taken to ensure that evidence, electronic evidence that is collected is then admissible in court. Because of course that's absolutely crucial, that the evidence can actually be used as part of the criminal proceedings if it is going to be able to support processes of attribution and accountability. Now we just have a few minutes left, so I would like to open the floor back to the participants, and I absolutely want to start with you, who waited very patiently from earlier on in the session. So please, the floor is yours. Please, if you could start by introducing yourself, that would be great.
Thank you, Marta. My name is Samaila Asenbaku, and I am a director in the Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria. And I heard in fact, it's been a very engaging session with all the comments coming from the speaker, and I applaud the organizers. I was just thinking, you know, in cybersecurity, we look at things, especially when we're talking about controls, from the preventive angle or from the deterrent angle. So in this issue of cyber crimes and in this world where we have a lot of cyber criminals springing up from everywhere, you know, what are steps being taken to deter? And not in terms of punishments like everybody does when you go to a court of law, but how do we discourage people from towing that path? How do we stop, you know, people who want to come into that line? Also, how do we scale, you know, user awareness? Because the frequent targets are not just organizations, they're individuals like you and I. So how do we scale up the efforts around user awareness to make sure that the success rates of these crimes or of these cyber attacks are less? And you know, I'm speaking from Nigeria, you know, from a Nigerian perspective, where a lot of people are victims and because they don't know better. I'm also speaking from the angle that a lot of people are getting involved in these things due to various societal issues, including poverty. You know, there are people who do not have access to education, and so because of the barriers to entry the cybersecurity industry, they feel like they don't have any other choice than to just join those who are doing the negative stuff, and they start doing those things. So how do we, you know, reduce those barriers to entry? How do we create a society where people do not feel marginalized and forced to do the negative things? I think I'll stop there for the sake of time.
Thank you very much for that question. I will just take one more and then we will have the answers. Perhaps I will just go first to the one right at the back because, again, you were waiting from earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Tamuro from Ethiopia. I am cybersecurity risk analyst. I would like to talk about cybercrime. Cybercrime is very sophisticated in currently. Then, in order to collect cyber evidence or digital evidence, it's very difficult to collect. Due to this reason, most of developing countries use open source softwares that's vulnerable to attack. Then, as IGF, how IGF tries to support developing countries like Ethiopia in order to collect evidences of digital evidence. And currently, our country, Ethiopia, have no punishing strategy or laws for cyberspace or cyber attacks. Then, how IGF support us in order to punish some ethical, non-ethical hackers or emotional hackers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then I'll take your question as well, and then we'll go back to the panel, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Ismaila Jawara, and I'm from the Gambia. I'm a cybersecurity analyst, also a chair for a cybersecurity community called GAMCON. So, I mean, in the Gambia, we don't have any law with regards to cybersecurity and data protection, and also capacity is a problem, especially when it comes to law enforcement. So, from 2017 to now, our community, supports, law enforcement with regards to investigation, because we have this alliance of cybersecurity experts. Some of us are working, for other institutions. But my question is, back home, you have some of these crimes like scamming and phishing, which are most likely done via social media, WhatsApp and other platforms. And this evidence are actually on those phones. So back home, we came up with a strategy by obviously creating awareness and also involving the communities, and the people to report some of these incidents to us, because the government doesn't have any database of reporting some of these incidents. And we support them the best way we can. How does these conventions and international regulations actually involve the civil society and some of these expert communities, to be able to report some of these incidents and also be able to verify and authenticate some of this evidence that are collected, or probably sent to us by, the victims. And these victims obviously includes politicians, businessmen, and obviously local market vendors. So how does international regulation help us in this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we have an excellent then set of questions to bring to our panelists. A few of the issues that I noted, the importance of bringing in the victims' perspective and making sure that also victims and their needs are really factored in the criminal justice response to cybercrime. So that's one issue. The second issue, the importance of awareness raising, of education, making sure that people understand the nature of some of the cybercrimes that could affect them, as well, of course, as where and who to contact to try to get support after being victimized. Thirdly, then question on the involvement of civil society about reporting, authenticating evidence. And lastly, the question of capacity building and capacity building support. So I think I will start then with Esteban, just to come in briefly. I think you wanted to touch on the awareness raising issue.
Exactly. I want to try to answer the question from the representative of Nigeria. I think that is a very important question. And I think that the countries and principally the law enforcement need to know that the key in this case of crimes is the prevention. We need to make some campaigns in the schools with the kids to teach them to don't be a victim and also to don't be a criminal. And this is the key, I think, in this case of crimes.
Thank you very much, Esteban. And then I would turn to our online panelists. And perhaps, first of all, I will come back to Wendy. I think particularly the issue in terms of the involvement of civil society, authenticating evidence, reporting could be relevant to your work. But please feel free to respond to any of the questions that were raised.
Yes, thanks. So it's civil society is playing a very important role in investigating a lot of these types of crimes, and particularly because of the access and their ability to get to the information before professional law enforcement, professional investigators can get there. But then they do face the problem of how do they authenticate and verify the information that they're finding. And this is not just photo and video that we've taken, as I've mentioned, but you have civil society organizations conducting open source research, and they're trying to verify and authenticate social media posts and social media profiles and other types of publicly available information that are out there. And so, as I mentioned, it's very time consuming and labor intensive, and it can be difficult for civil society who may not have access to the resources and tools that could be available to law enforcement. So again, I would point to some of the standards that have recently been developed and some of the guidelines for how civil society can best engage in this work in a manner that would most likely facilitate the use of the work that they're doing in actual investigations and trials later. So again, resources like the Berkeley Protocol on open source investigation is really one of the leading standards. There are organizations such as Mnemonic and Bellingcat that have developed various specific methodologies for authenticating and verifying different types of digital information. And so those are some resources for some practical tips and tools on how to do that kind of work for civil society specifically.
Then I would turn to Pei Ling, if you have any final contributions in response to the questions from the floor. I would ask you please to be very brief, because I know we're already a little bit over time.
Okay, I guess I will just end off with a few simple points. One is, I think, specifically on the question of, so-called evidence or information gathered by civil society organizations. While these are useful, but I think from the law enforcement perspective, earlier I mentioned the chain of evidence. So I think various different national jurisdictions have their respective procedural measures with regard to, obtaining, securing, and preserving digital evidence. So while civil societies could be one potential source of the collection of such evidence, there is a need to respect the procedural measures of each specific country. But on a related note, I think these issues and areas are currently being examined by the UN Ad Hoc Committee. And in terms of participation and inputs by multi-stakeholders, including non-profit and civil society organizations, the Ad Hoc Committee has also been very active in engaging these various groups through the intersectional consultations that they have been conducting in between their formal sessions, and as well as through the participation of various, non-member state organizations, including Interpol as a permanent observer. So I think moving forward, we should continue to monitor the developments at the Ad Hoc Committee, whereby these various issues, as well as other issues raised by the participants of today's workshop, will be very keenly discussed in the lead up to the development of the international convention, which could be a potential additional international instrument that we could tap on to deal with the issue of cyber attacks and digital evidence.
Much, Pei Ling. And then finally, I would like to give the last word to Alexander, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I believe all the other speakers and online and in person have already raised all the important things. Fully agree. Prevention awareness is fundamental. Cybersecurity measures, common sense measures to protect your systems is fundamental. But at the same time, we do need an effective criminal justice response, because if victims do not see that they can obtain justice, that there can be effective investigations, prosecution, but also at the end an outcome by a court, they will lose their trust in the rule of law and so on, and that will have also then other negative consequences. So we have to work towards a more criminal justice response. We believe on our side we can contribute by having countries participate in the Cybercrime Convention Committee and in the work under the Budapest Convention. We're also looking very much forward to the outcome of the ad hoc committee at the United Nations level to see what will happen there. Hopefully some sort of consensus can be found also there. And finally, I believe that capacity building is a way to bring stakeholders together, to bring everyone up to speed, and so forth. So I think that is, if you look for the common denominator between all the things that have been mentioned today, it's capacity building activities, which I believe can function also across political differences that some countries and organizations may have. So thank you to all the speakers so far. I learned a lot. I took lots of notes also from what people said, including Wendy from Eyewitness. Back to you, Martha.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Indeed, in terms of capacity building, just two quick tools from the Council of Europe side that I would like to mention. One is that the Cybercrime Programme Office has prepared a tool on criminal justice statistics on cybercrime and electronic evidence, which I think can be quite useful in terms, of course, of assessing what the situation actually is in each country. And therefore being able to allocate resources and prioritize accordingly, because of course we would all wish to have more resources than we do, so we have to make use of what is available to us, and I think that can really help make the prioritization effective. And one other thing that is upcoming, just coming back to the point on victims, we're currently in the process of preparing a mapping study on cybercrime victims to really try to get a bit of a better understanding of what the landscape is, what are some of the characteristics of victims, how are different people affected in different ways by cybercrimes and other crimes involving electronic evidence. So please keep an eye on our website, and that will be available soon. Just to conclude then with one or two key takeaways that I have picked up from the discussion. One is, I think we all got the message loud and clear that electronic evidence is absolutely crucial when it comes to attribution and accountability for cybercrimes and other crimes involving electronic evidence. And that really is part of a process of ensuring that indeed perpetrators of these crimes are brought to justice, and therefore reinforcing confidence in the criminal justice system and its ability to ensure that victims are able to access the justice they deserve. We heard again very strongly about the importance of having a solid legal framework with the necessary safeguards, and about how the Budapest Convention and the second additional protocol really provide standards that countries across the world can draw on to ensure that they have the provisions not just in their domestic legislation to be able to support an effective criminal justice response to cyber attacks, but also to be able to cooperate effectively internationally. And that cooperation was, of course, a theme that came across, I think, the interventions of the panelists, but also from the floor in terms of the importance of cooperation at the domestic level, at the regional level, at the international level, and, of course, between not only different parts of the criminal justice system, but between public and private sector entities. And, of course, that's always a work in progress. There is always more that can be done to improve cooperation. And lastly, the point about capacity building and the importance of ensuring that practitioners really do have the skills and the expertise that they need in order to be able to fulfill their role in ensuring that indeed perpetrators of cybercrimes can be brought to justice. So I'd like to finish there by thanking all of our speakers, Esteban, who's here, all of the speakers online, Wendy, Pei Ling, Alexander. Thank you very much. And also, of course, to all of you for being here, for sticking with us, even though we went a bit over time, and for spending time in a bit of a stuffy bunker listening to us on a Thursday afternoon. So thank you very much and take care.
Pray for Costa Rica. Very hard.
just need it for some technical issues. So please stay with us, and yeah, we will start the event briefly. Thank you. If it has prepared them well for what challenges they can meet on the job market, if they have the necessary skills that actually the employers look for. So these are a few questions for which we will look for answers at our panel. Our speakers will share their personal experiences, their observations, but also their opinions and their ideas of how different problems that we can observe in this topic could be tackled. So here today with us, we have the following speakers. I would quickly introduce them. The first speaker will be Tauntia Manders from Insight. She's from Netherlands. She's self-employed translator and a teacher-to-be. She works as an assistant manager for Insight, a company that focuses on educating and empowering children online, promoting and protecting their rights. And Tauntia will give us presentation about the research by Dynamic Coalition on Internet's standard security and safety, which this research was an inspiration for today's panel. And this would be the first time we could hear some parts of this research publicly. Then in, I think, an hour, there will be an official announcement of the research. But here we will have some kind of teaser, and Tauntia will present us some selected issues from this research. Also here today, on my left, there's Anna Rywczyńska from NASK. She is coordinator of the Polish Safer Internet Center at NASK and a researcher in the field of digital technologies in the context of cultural phenomena and social practices, and specialist in promotion activities in the field of child and youth online safety. She's also the author of publications and educational tools and a member of international working expert groups. In 2018, she was listed among 100 persons recognized for their contribution to the development of digital competence in Poland. On my right, there is Nancy Vachera from North America School of Internet Governance. She is a member of North America Regional at-Large Organization, have a Bachelor of Science in Business Information Technology, and she has over 5 years of experience as a technical support, and she recently graduated from a 2-year diploma program in cybersecurity in a community college in Canada. On my further right, there's Samaila Atsenbako, the Director of Communications in Cybersecurity Expert Association of Nigeria. And he's a cybersecurity professional with interest in cybersecurity awareness and culture, digital forensics, internet governance and leaderships. He provides training, consultancy, and advisory services to SMEs and startups within and outside Nigeria. He was listed as an IFSCC Global Influencer in Security 2022 under the Cybersecurity Professionals category. He was also recognized in 2018 as the Cybersecurity Champion in Cybersecurity Experts Association of Nigeria. And also, our last but not least online speaker, Muhammad Ali Yahuwar, who is a member of Youth Standing Group. He is a computer engineer and an AI researcher, currently studying for his Master of Science in Computer Science with specialization in Systems and Artificial Intelligence. His interest lies in the intersection of privacy, security, and AI. He is a Padawan Fellow at Open-Minded, developing privacy-preserving AI tools. He also holds the position of secretary at the Internet Society Youth Standing Group. So these are our brilliant speakers here today with us. And as I mentioned before, in the first part, Taunti will give us the presentation of the results of the research by the Dynamic Coalition. But firstly, we would like to ask you 2 questions using the online tool Mentimeter about what are your predictions, how the research results will look like. So let me share my screen. Could you please make me a co-host? Okay, that's not I wanted to share. Okay, you should be able to see a QR code. You can scan it with your phone, or you can go on the www.menti.com and use the code 26776310. I will give you a moment to do that. It's one more time, it is www.menti.com. And the code is 26776310. Okay, let's go to the first question. Still, if somebody hasn't joined already, you have also code there. You can see. Oh, yeah, much better. Thank you. Okay, so here is the first question. I think I can move this thing here. So please put your answers here, and I will quickly, in a moment, show you the correct answer. Okay, one more minute. Okay, I think the statistics stopped already, so let me show you the... Oh, okay, 2 people. Okay, you are making it difficult to choose the perfect moment to show the answer. Okay, let me show you. Okay, yeah, and most of you choose correctly. It's problem solving and teamwork. So let's get to the second question. No, it wasn't the end. Okay. Okay, like 10 seconds more. Okay, thank you to everyone who filled the poll. And the correct answer is cybersecurity manager. So only 7. Okay, I saw that one more vote after revealing the answer. Sorry, it doesn't count. So 7 people actually got it, chose the correct answer. So now I'm passing the floor to Tauntie, who will explain you more why we have results as these ones. Tauntie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and you can start the presentation. Yeah, my presentation is starting, and Emilia already introduced myself, but I will quickly do that as well. My name is Teuntje Manders. I'm from the Netherlands, and I actually studied translation. And while working as a freelance translator, I translated a book, a workbook for children on how to use the internet in a safe way. Which passwords to use, not to use your birthday as your password for everything. And I realized that I found that super interesting, and it really became a passion of mine, which is why I was sent to the IGF, and this is my first IGF. So thank you all for being here. And yeah, what I'm going to be talking about is the research that I did with the IS3C. The research is about closing the gap between the needs of the cybersecurity sector and the skills of tertiary education graduates. Now, quickly something about the IS3C. The IS3C is the Internet Standards Security and Safety Coalition. It was set up here at the IGF in 2020 by my colleague Wout de Natris, and by now there are 6 working groups working on different subjects, and mine is one of them. The research that we did consisted of 3 different steps. The first step was conducting interviews with cybersecurity industry leaders in 16 different countries. The next step was desktop research, and the final step was a survey that we sent out, and we received answers from respondents over 65 countries. The interviews consisted of 3 categories. They existed of competences, requirements, challenges, and best practices. The result was this model of transversal and professional competences. And next was a survey. The survey was created to collect quantitative data, to confirm the competence model as we have it here, to define the gap that there is, and to collect further examples of good practices. So the report isn't officially presented yet, so you all get a very secret sneak peek. It will be presented in like 20 minutes, so I have to apologize because I will be needed there. But I'm gonna give you the results already to make up. What we learned from the research that we did is we got a clear image of the transversal and professional competences that are needed in the cybersecurity industry. The rating of transversal competences of graduates in the cybersecurity industry is roughly good to average. There's certainly a big interest for the subject, and less than 50% of industry rates the level of graduates as too low or moderate. The impact on companies is big, and as I and probably you as well have heard multiple times during the IGF, is that there are too little women and too little youth working in the sector. And to conclude all of that, yes, there is a gap. However, the IS3C also came up with some recommendations. And the recommendations that we noted is to improve education and training and to make teaching less theoretical and more connected to everyday issues. Awareness needs to be raised, importance needs to be added to the cybersecurity at all levels of education. Cybersecurity is a personal responsibility like health and well-being, and it should be included in education, in the education curriculum at all levels of education to make the internet a safer place. Next, the collaboration between industry and education must be improved. This will make sure that education stays up to date on emerging technology trends, has greater access to up-to-date resources, and a better understanding of the current competence requirements. Then diversity needs to be boosted. Women and young people must be encouraged to work in the cybersecurity sector. Diversity is necessary everywhere, but also in the technology. And lastly, the recruitment procedures must be upgraded. A career in cybersecurity could be more attractive to young people, especially girls, if during their childhood and teenage years they could discover the exciting challenges, opportunities and flexibility that this field has to offer. So what the IS3C can do here, and what we plan to do in the future, is that we could set up a hub that could act as observatory of good practices and ensure ongoing dialogue. We could help raising awareness in industry about the advantages of establishing a closer cooperation with education sectors for exchange of information in order to support development of better adapted teaching programs. We could help with capacity building to promote knowledge sharing across sectors, for example, through train the teacher programs. We could help encouraging and supporting the participation of under 30 and of the under 30 group and women in capacity building. In capacity building programs developed with representatives of industry. And we would support the revision and update of education curricula and the development of targeted teaching and learning resources. And perhaps a last one that you can see there would be setting up a training program for the Global South. So that was basically it on the report. As I said, I will have to leave in a bit, but please feel free to reach out to me either on LinkedIn, on the email address that was just shown, or through the website. The report will be visible there as well soon. And if you would like to share any input on education, on if you're from the cybersecurity sector, these steps, we still have to take them, and we can always use input. We can also always use funding as a small remark. But yeah, I think that was my story. Thank you so much for giving me the time to say this. Thank you for listening. And back to you.
Thank you a lot, Dauntia. I think it was a very interesting research and presentation, and I think it's an honor that we were one of the first audiences to hear it. So thank you a lot, and don't worry about going to the other session, like we totally get it. So with that, I would like to move to the next part of our panel, which is the first round of speakers' inputs. The first speaker will be Nancy Nyoki Wahira. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi everyone, and it's a pleasure to participate in this session. I am so glad because skills for tomorrow and being a youth in the cybersecurity market is something that young people, we are looking forward to getting into this career. And it's good that we have this conversation so that those who are coming after us can have a perspective on where to begin and how to grow in their journey. So my perspective about what education barriers to observe or have experience in cybersecurity market. To begin with, most programs that we get into cybersecurity, we start by being taught, or rather going through the emphasis of security planning, compliance, and maybe learning more about auditing and reporting, and like getting real skills on deeper technical perspective, so that as a young person you understand what you're learning in cybersecurity and how you can scale up to even contribute in policy meetings. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Nancy. And now I would like to give the floor to our online speaker, Mohammed. Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. So I would basically like to talk about the landscape of cybersecurity education in India. What happens in India is that the first thing is that cybersecurity as a profession is not that popular in India. The reason is that we don't have that much of good cybersecurity undergraduate programs, first of all. And I mean, there are the problems are manifold. First is like the incentive is not there for actually pursuing a career in cybersecurity, and then the not a very clear pathways there to follow for any potential. If I want to become a cybersecurity expert or cybersecurity professional, I don't have any fixed pathway that I would like to take that would make me a good, successful cybersecurity professional. So when we are talking about hurdles that we have, there are manifold. One particular that the survey, the research paper from Tony already highlighted is that we have a lot of gap in the theory that we teach in these universities and the practice that we actually require in the job market. So what I would say is the biggest hurdle is that we need to close this gap, remove this barrier of the difference in the landscape of what we have in the universities, how we teach the students, what we teach them, and what actually comes handy in practice in the industry or in the government. So with that, I would like to pass over to the next speaker. We'll come back to my points later. Thank you.
At Mohammed. And with that, as Mohammed already passed the floor, I'm giving it to Samaila.
Thank you, Emilia, and thanks for having me on this session. So, I think, like most of you have realized, the issues would vary from one country to the other. So some people will talk about barriers in terms of lack of job opportunities. Others will talk about the lack of educational programs, in the universities. For instance, in my country, I think there are just about 5 schools who have cybersecurity programs, and I don't think any of the programs is up to 5 years old. So you can imagine we're in a country where we have about, I think, over 40 million people using bank accounts who have to use internet banking and things like this. But who are the people that are supposed to protect the infrastructure in the banks, right? So we find out that a lot of people who work in our sector are probably trained outside the country, maybe in Europe, and we come back home to try and fix things. But that's the situation there. I think also because of the lack of, will I say, seamless integration with the industry, between the academia industry, a lot of the skills that are taught are not really relevant for today's, like in today's application. So we're in a situation where the curriculum is outdated, and there's no political will, in quotes, to fix that and to make it, modern, so that it can solve today's problems. We also don't have the situation where the industry, for instance, maybe the banking sector, is saying to the schools, we need these 3 core skills to fill these kind of gaps because it's causing this kind of loss to the economy and to the banks, and that doesn't transfer into revised curriculum. So there's that gap. There's also the issue of poverty. People want to get into cybersecurity, but how many of them have computers? I don't want to go into the issue of infrastructure, but I'm sure we all know that that's another issue in Africa. So I'm just going to stop there so I don't raise too many issues.
Okay, yeah, you will have 2 more rounds of inputs to touch on them, so don't worry. And now I'm passing the floor to Anna.
Hello, thank you very much. Hello, everyone. Actually, the gaps of cybersecurity is an issue of such a great concept as, for example, lifelong learning. Like, for example, myself. When I studied journalism, media economics, there was no social media at all. When I started my first job as public relations manager and in CSR, there was no social media at all. So, like, we really must have an ability to adapt. Otherwise, we cannot exist in the profession that appears in the future. It touches such great concepts as inclusiveness, right? Like we've heard in the very beginning, like openness to innovation and change. And actually, digital technologies also entered absolutely all parts of life. So everyone, like each citizen, will face somehow, even in his personal, private life, some issues related to cybersecurity, to safety, to technical security. And of course, therefore, we need more and more and more experts. That's why we sit here, that's why we think, because it touches our life. It's not something like, let's find experts in cybersecurity. It's our life is so much related to cybersecurity. Our money are related to cybersecurity. That's why it's so crucial that we talk about it. And in this debate, I represent the area of developing digital skills of young people, of children. mostly from the perspective of their safety, but also from the perspective of raising and developing their digital competences, we run a Polish Safer Internet Center. It's a center that has awareness activities, but it also helps kids in everyday life related to cyberbullying, when they face hate. We have helplines for them. We also deal with illegal content. So these are the actions that we do all the time, but also doing the awareness part. We, of course, deliver to schools lots of materials, but before we deliver the materials to schools, the resources that teachers need, we check what they need, we check what are their biggest challenges. And I would like to share with you some data that we got from the recent report, from the recent, it was a little research we've done among Polish teachers, and what they said. 30% of teachers say that the area of online safety is absolutely too rarely discussed in schools. Almost 30% say that there is a lack of teachers with appropriate competences, and this is the huge problems, because when we have experts in cybersecurity, they don't go to schools. Especially they don't go to primary school. Of course, it differs on country, but in Poland, teachers earn really little money. So, as you can imagine, they are not full of cybersecurity experts. Almost 30%, now we go do. Almost 60% say that the curriculum is not adapted to the realities of technological development, so it changes not fast enough. Almost 60% say that there is no time in the curriculum to properly develop this subject. Even if there is a competent teacher, she or he would say, I have completely no time. I have maybe 2 hours a week, and that would be a lot to talk about the safety. And they know that they need absolutely more. And all of them, they are absolutely sure that this topic is absolutely crucial, and they need to initiate students' interest in this subject and in developing their careers in these directions. And they are also totally sure that it should be implemented from the earliest level of education, and this is also what we've heard from the report. And teachers point also the important role of parents, because it's also crucial to have aware parents who know that they also, of course, basing on kids' passions, on kids' interests, because we can't have all the cybersecurity experts in the world. But if they see the potential, they can also help schools to lead kids into developing those passions. So therefore, we see lots of challenges. We see challenges in front of schools, and really primary and secondary schools, because this is when all starting to happen, and the big challenges at homes. Thank you for now.
Thank you a lot, Anna. And without any further delay, I am starting the second round of inputs from speakers, so the order will be the same. So, Nancy.
Okay, I also have a perspective of the question of how official education path has prepared for a career in cybersecurity. So, to my opinion, you might, as a young person, you might be the most technical, capable applicant in an interview room, but you may not be able to get the job in cybersecurity. Reason because we have similar and well-developed set of skills that young people need to acquire, not only the technical skills that can enable them get a job. So if you're a people-centered person, employers are looking for technical skills as well as knowledge, but they're also looking for someone who can get along with people and someone who can work in an environment with diversity and still deliver results. So as young people, we need soft skills more, which we call them human skills, apart from the technical skills of excelling in a job. Thank you.
Thank you. The next person speaking will be Mahomet.
Great. I would just like to first comment on a few things that both Anya and Samara said. Yeah, I agree with that thought that the landscape that we are living in, that we are working in, changes a lot. So we need to be very quick in adapting to those challenges that they bring. And I also agree with one point that you said that is maybe similar to what is happening in India as well, is that we lack the quality in the faculties that teach at universities in India. I guess that is because of the immense drain that we incur in almost all fields in India. So maybe that is the effect of that. But yeah, we have, for example, a lot of good technical institutes, but the issue is that most of the technical institutes, they have very specific research capabilities in cybersecurity, and they all work kind of very, I mean, not very in a very coherent way. So that so the issue is that we don't have a very good program in a single university, for example. Also, adding to Samara's point, I would like to say that the problems that he stated about Nigeria, especially regarding the lack of courses, lack of programs in universities, or maybe even the universities that actually have the programs, they are very new. I mean, it is a problem that is like synonymous with the whole global South. And even in many European countries, we would see that it is a problem that is everywhere. And what I see context of India is that the reason behind all these problems, maybe currently, I would not like to actually target other fields, but what I'm saying is that because of the popularity of artificial intelligence and data science, so most of the programs right now, they focus on these topics only. I mean, that makes sense like financially, but in the long term for a country or maybe for the ecosystem, it doesn't fare well. And then we also have a big problem in the actual job market. There's a catch-22 situation kind of. Companies, they don't actually want to invest in training their employees or maybe the fresh graduates for cybersecurity role. The thing is that the graduates that we have, they are, for example, being a computer engineer graduate, I have a widespread capabilities, which I can be trained to become a cybersecurity professional, but companies are not willing to take that bet, and they only want a skilled professional. So this creates a very disadvantage for fresh college graduate, and they have to take additional training programs, which sometimes like cost even greater than a full 4-year undergrad program. So all these many issues, they put the fresh graduates at a very disadvantageous position in the job market. And even though we have a lot of unfilled positions for cybersecurity professionals in India, we more than 50% is left unattended right now. So, okay, I will stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Samaila?
I think I will continue from where Mohammed stopped. He mentioned something about lack of entry-level opportunities, and again, using Nigeria as my case study, you see a situation where a lot of companies all want to hire people who have about maybe 6, 8, 10 years experience in the industry, and no one wants to hire someone with 0, 1, maybe 2 years experience, because nobody wants let's say raw talent. They want finished products. They want someone that can come on day one and wow everybody. But what happens over time is you have an industry where some people who can't find jobs end up going back to software development, going back to similar industries or other emerging technology like blockchain, for instance, or Web3, NFTs, and things like that, because they see that at least they can freelance some of those roles and get paid. The issue now is that over time, when those skilled people decide to upgrade, maybe go to Netherlands or Canada or UK like we're seeing every day now, those vacancies become open and there's nobody that has maybe 4 years experience or 5 years experience or 6 years experience to fill those roles. And that is why the report, which is quite accurate, said that one of the hardest roles to fill is cybersecurity manager. That's very true for many countries, because a lot of times those people at that level, you can imagine 50 companies fighting for the same 10 people. So you work here for 6 months and you get a new offer. They are literally begging you to take this offer. They ask you, what are you earning? We'll double it. So, but nobody wants to start with the person with 0 experience or 1 year or 2 years because they don't want to spend time training the person. There's also this fear that, oh, if I train the person, then the person leaves. The issue is that if you don't train the person, then the role is vacant and the problem still persists, right? So at some point, I think in industry, we need to be honest with ourselves and realize that we need to do these things to create what we call a talent pipeline, where you have people who are doing internships while they're still in university. We have people doing internships before they even get into university, so that they're getting some experience, some insights into the industry. So that at the point of graduation, they're not just coming with theoretical knowledge from classroom, where they've been taught by a lecturer who just read some slides. They're coming with practical skills they've gained during their internships. And luckily, if the educational sector improves, or if the curriculum becomes better, then we have them learning practical skills using real-world tools that they will eventually get to use on the job, because there's a huge difference between what they do in class and then what they meet in the industry. And so that's why a lot of employers really do not like hiring that entry-level person, because they spend a lot of money and time having to train. Meanwhile, they want someone that can hit the ground running on day one. Second thing I'll mention now is HR processes. And again, I'm happy the reports showed that because this issue is also like a HR problem. It's human resource we're talking about, right? So, but I'm happy. I was in a session not too long ago with some HR people, right? And we're talking about this kind of topic. And I was surprised and impressed to find out that some companies now are reducing the barriers to entry. And what do I mean? They're relegating things like maybe a master's degree to the back. It's no more like a number 1 requirement, like a compulsory requirement. It's now like a nice to have, right? We are seeing situations where employers are now changing their recruitment processes so that they are testing for your actual skills, not just asking you the generic question that anybody can Google and know the answer and pass an interview. Because I tell you, there are like 5 questions you'd come across in every cybersecurity interview in any country in the world. You can ask people in the industry, they will tell you. So how do you filter the good ones when anyone can Google the answers and they already know the questions you're going to ask before they come for the interview? So we're having people now refine their recruitment processes to test. So if a role is for what we call SOC analyst, someone who is meant to manage devices and see logs and respond to incidents, then they ask questions along those lines. They may even give a practical session to show that you have those skills. So I think if the HR processes keep evolving in this way, then they are less likely, we are less likely to have this gap, because more people who are suited for roles will be found and will be hired. So thank you.
Thank you a lot. And Anna?
Yeah, in this speaking opportunity, I would like to go back to the problematics of the inclusiveness. Because actually one of the key elements of reaching the cybersecurity experts, but above all of reaching the holistic perspective to the topic, the holistic perspective of the problematics, and the wide perspective also of needs of the society, is to be inclusive and to have more women. That's what we've heard in the report, to have more women in cybersecurity environment within cybersecurity experts. And it has also another dimension. Maybe many of you know, but women are also vulnerable to some certain types of harms that happens online. It was also said during these IGF sessions that women often suffer more from sexting situations, especially when the material leaks. Then the women are most frequently the really big victims of that situation. Women are very often attacked online. Women are very often victims of sextortion. So actually having more women as cybersecurity experts might be even better for the better security of girls using and women using network and prevent these dangers. And of course, as we said before, the effort to bring them must start at the very early levels of education. And they should be especially encouraged also during the computer classes, because we know also from the research that very often they're not so much paid attention by the teacher during the class. These are boys who are more paid attention. There is lots of cultural bias in all these processes. Very often the IT teacher that would be a man. Very often at home, and we also know it from the research. I know it by myself from the IDIs, those interviews that I've done within one of the research that I've done with the families. It was the research about IT practices at homes, and really it was the interview in Poland, but I think it also happens in many, many other countries. These are fathers who buy technology, who decide on what technology to use, who fix all the IT tools at home. So we still have, it's really quite a gender-based activity, and it doesn't make girls to be more like actively participating in this part of technology, even at homes. Academia have also lots to do because it is said that if you see like a role model, so if you have like a professor in academy that would be, for example, a woman or a representative of the minority, then it gives like a good example to the students that they can also choose this path. It's also very good to involve some succeeding representative of minorities to speak to students, to show how they could do it, how they were able to succeed. However, of course, the problem doesn't stop there, because we can have lots of willing and women that being ready, even coming from the education, like really ready. But then we have lots of managers who don't know how to be inclusive and are not really open. So we need lots of trainings for managers, lots of training for businesses. Still, we think that lots of things have been done, but there's really a lot to be done in the future as well.
Thank you a lot. Thank you to all the speakers for this second round of inputs. And now I would like to ask our audience, both on-site and online, if you have any questions to our speakers, because now we will have a moment to ask them. Those online can write them in the chat, and those on-site can raise their hand. Okay.
Thank you so much for your contributions. I thoroughly enjoyed them. My name is Ethan. I am a tech lawyer at Access Partnership and also an ISOC IGF Global Youth Ambassador. So my question, I have a question and I have a statement. The question is really speaking to the cultural aspect of things, and maybe I'm talking in an African context, but what can we do to address the cultural barrier to accessing the cybersecurity job market? And I mean, if you ask my parents, they will tell you, and they told me that I should be a doctor or a pilot, you know. So we have these things as Africans, these career paths that we are expected to take because those are the ones that we know, those are the ones that we're comfortable with. And perhaps that links to a point that one of the panelists was talking about, which is around poverty, because those are the, again, career paths that we know are stable. So there's a big cultural, essentially, is my question is, there's a cultural aspect to this. How can we address that to ensure that going forward, there is excitement as a youth? If I'm excited about being in the cybersecurity sector, there's support structures around that in our cultures, in our communities, to encourage participation in the sector. And then the statement is really on more practical terms. I think we should and we can, as a sector, just say there will no longer be unpaid internships in this sector, because again it links to this whole story, because if now I'm trying to do this cybersecurity thing and I've left the whole doctor and pilot course, and it's not as stable, it's not working out, I'm not being paid as a young intern trying to get the experience that I need to be valued in this sector, and the skill sets that I need to be valued in this sector. It's a hard journey, and often many of our youth are turning away from it. And these are conversations that we could speak on a personal note, and conversations that we've had with many African youth around this. They end up just going back to the the traditional career paths, and then they also in turn tell their kids, now you must be a doctor, you must be a pilot. And that's not to say we don't appreciate the doctors in the room and pilots, but effectively there are practical issues too. So cultural and practical issues, what can we do about that is my question.
Everybody wants to respond. Now, just very shortly, and I will pass to another speaker. Very shortly, I think all of what you said is a matter of awareness. Actually, the sector of cybersecurity is, for example, in Poland, is very much understood as a sector with lots of money. So we don't need this kind of explaining to the society, because yeah, for the IT people there is always some job waiting, and it seems like a really stable job. But awareness comes with cooperation and with alliances. So the best way is always to build a big network of stakeholders, to have on board government, to have non-government organizations, and to have media, and then like building, but real alliances, real cooperations. We can get to the people with the knowledge we would like to pass.
I mean, Anna has basically said what I was going to say, so I won't touch on awareness anymore. And I like what you said about, as an industry agreeing, that to make the job worthwhile, for the employees. You don't want to hire someone, the person feels as if I need to work 3 more jobs, to feed myself. Then they wouldn't give out their all in the office because they're thinking of the other jobs they have to do. They're trying to close quick and run to the next job. So if you really want, I think we're at a point where if you want people to be focused and you want people to give their best on the job, then the job needs to be worth their while. Remember that, like I mentioned earlier, we're in what we're calling now in Nigeria the Japa syndrome, which is like a mass exodus. We're having the most skilled tech people leaving the country for greener pasture, for better jobs in other countries. And so if you don't make your work environment, enticing, if you don't make the financial benefits enticing, other benefits, how do you want to attract the best talent? So I think another thing that is practical that can be done, I think which we are already doing in Nigeria, is we've had conversations within ourselves, at least some of us who are familiar in the NGO space, and we're trying to see how we can create opportunities for this internship. We're talking to our friends, who are CISOs, who are CTOs, who are CEOs. Can you create certain internships for 3 months, 4 months, 6 months, where these young people can come and learn? Can you also, do you have room, for one more entry-level person? And then to piggyback on that, we're having a lot of people now who are organizing mentorship programs, who are organizing webinars for entry-level people. I know I've spoken in about maybe 4 or 5 just this year alone. So there's that much effort and collaboration within the Nigerian cybersecurity industry to create, build these skills in these new ones, and to also create opportunities for them to get to work, because that's the only way they'll feel fulfilled, because everyone wants to be able to earn a living to feel fulfilled.
And about the cultural aspect of the jobs, such as doctor and lawyers, I think it will begin with our mindset and educating those who are ahead of us, those who may not have a different perspective about new jobs in cybersecurity and the stability. Maybe they haven't seen really successful people in the IT who make good money, like those who are in maybe doctors and lawyers. So a different perspective of mindset will also help us overcome the cultural bias. Thank you.
Thank you. And also, Mohammed would like to say something?
Yeah. I mean, we talk about money all the time. I mean, that is good. That's what we actually want. But what I say is that in the future, a lot of cybersecurity jobs will be created by the government. Because cybersecurity is like a two-way fall. A lot of attacks happen. We need people to defend as well outside the companies or maybe the financial institutions. We also need protection in the public spaces as well. So what I would like to highlight is that apart from the money, we also have a kind of prestige perspective as well. In essence, maybe in the defense forces or maybe more in general in the police, we can have the same contribution to our society as a cybersecurity professional working for the government or government agencies or maybe government entities, that maybe a honest police officer has who works to protect the people, protect the country and everything. So we also need to look into this aspect as well, because honestly, in the future, more jobs will be created with cybersecurity professional in the government sector than maybe in the industrial sector. So I guess that would be a good incentive as well. Thank you.
I hope the speakers responded to your question. And now we have another hands up in our chat. So Nicholas, you can take the floor.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to everybody. My name is Lennon. I'm an Internet Society Youth Ambassador, and I happen to also be a lawyer who is interested in tech law. I have a master's in tech media and telecommunications. I wanted to respond to the cultural question that my colleague Ethan asked. I think that those of us who have younger siblings have a role to play in shaping our parents' perspective on what are considered traditional and profitable professions. What I noticed is that my parents, for instance, take my word and what I have to say as an elder brother very important when it comes to my younger siblings' trajectory of education. And so personally, what I've done is that I have a younger brother, he's about 10 years old. I enrolled him in a boot camp, and on vacation, he goes to coding classes and those things. He started designing stuff. And I noticed that my parents were getting fascinated by the fact that he can do those things. And I've also realized, particularly within cybersecurity, that when you learn the skills early enough, you're actually able to do gigs and make money of it, even way before you are formally employed into a sector. So I would encourage, particularly those of us from the African side, that those of us with younger siblings should make it a point to expose our younger siblings to acquiring these skills early, so that our parents can perhaps see the value of those skills in order to reshape their perceptions on the traditional doctor, lawyer, pilot roles. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. Would any of panelists would like to respond? Or somebody in the audience? I saw somebody. Yeah?
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cynthia Chepkemoi. I'm one of the ISOC Ambassadors 2022 and one of the founding leaders of the Association of Privacy Lawyers in Africa. And I would like to contribute to the discussion that you're having today. I really get excited when I get in rooms where we discuss cybersecurity, because as a woman, I'm one of the beneficiaries of CyberSafe Foundation in Nigeria, and I was trained in cybersecurity. And with my background in legal, it really becomes difficult to prosecute matters touching on cybersecurity in court. And the 7 months program really gave me an opportunity to understand cybersecurity governance, risk, and compliance to a point. What really got me excited was actually analyzing a malware and conducting a malware analysis, a skill I couldn't even learn in law school or anywhere else. But with the program, I really appreciate the CyberSafe Foundation CEO, and it's being trickled down to other African countries, and we are even having one of the programs starting next year in Kenya. And I'm open to mentoring more youths, because I meet very many young women asking me, how did you get into the space? And it's an exciting space to be. My phone is always ringing. People want me to work for them, but then it's only one Cynthia, there's no other Cynthia. So we really need to build capacity and have more women in the space and youth in the space and even children. And adding to what Lenin is talking about in terms of cultural perspective and changing it in a professional setup, then we have many students joining universities, but then they tend to take up courses that are not really current the old regime courses, as you had really earlier said. But then with advancement in technology and digital advancement, then it means we really need to take up courses that are relevant and applicable to the current industry standards. Yeah, that's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Cynthia. Do we have any other contributions from the audience, on-site or online? Okay.
Okay, good afternoon. I mean, this is a very great panel. Yeah, my name is Ismaila Jawara from the Gambia, once again. I just have a contribution to actually make. I mean, I learn a lot from here, but also I want to take the Gambia as a case study. In my country, we have less than 5 cybersecurity experts that I know of. So, yeah, so I work for the government, I'm in civil society, and I do a lot of things. So, like you mentioned, you see, you receive a lot of job offers outside, you know, always traveling to Ghana and other places. But, I mean, around 2 years ago, there is something that, you know, we came up with, that is trying to give back to the community. And this obviously involved or include us. If the government doesn't change the curriculum, we cannot think of taking the curriculum to the government, I mean, to the institutions, the schools. So what we did is we created a community, you know, cybersecurity, you know, community, and start creating hubs in universities and colleges. So you see, you'll have students that are studying HR, and we kind of tell them, you know what, cybersecurity is not all about technical. Like, you have other areas that HR people can come into, you know, and that has actually proven to be very, very useful. And the other recommendation that I think I would want to make is that from within, you know, not just our country, but within Africa, we should create these synergies and also connect. But what I mean by this is that we are very limited, you know, experts in the whole continent. And you have a whole lot of, you know, job opportunities. And you also have a whole lot of people that want to join the, you know, industry, but they don't have people to mentor them. So you see, and you know, a 5 people expert in a, you know, population of 2.5 million people, you know, it became very, very difficult to mentor all those people. So when you open applications, you know, for people to apply, you have 100 people, but just, you know, 20 seats. You know, you are denying almost 80 people, you know, access to the same industry. So the other thing that we did is, okay, you don't have to, you know, be a cybersecurity expert to work for a bank to earn money. So we kind of introduced bug bounty programs, that these are some of the online jobs that you can get to kind of have. But all this, you will need mentors, you know, and when we create those synergies, you know, within Africa alone, because of so many reasons, and the global world, it will make the work very easier, and then we'll have more people into the industry. You know, and this has actually showcased, you know, something 2 weeks ago when our central bank was hit by ransomware, and you have only 2 people were in the country to go and check that. So, you know, I mean, the government is now thinking, what are we going to do about this? You know, and I'm too busy somewhere, someone is too busy somewhere. They have to import people from US to pay them huge amount of dollars, you know, and, you know, the bank probably will be bankrupt, or maybe the company will go. So you see, this is a challenge, you know, so thank you so much.
Thank you a lot. And we also, okay, here is one more hand, and firstly there was hand here, so we'll go this and this. And here also.
Hello, I am Aris. I am from the Philippines. I think I am the farthest person in terms of geographical here currently. And what sparked my interest is that earlier when I was listening to the presentation, it was mentioned there that learning, you know, the awareness level of students whenever they are going to start learning up to the point that they are going to go into their respective careers. And it is really important for us to be able to maintain digital competence and include it with regards to, because digital competence also includes safety. And when we talk about safety, cybersecurity is also included there. So if we are going to maybe include it, maybe, I don't know, it would be not really a framework because we really cannot force governments, just like what my friend here has mentioned earlier. You cannot really force governments to provide guidelines for us to be able to shape up the curriculum. But, you know, schools can do it on their own little way. There are a lot of frameworks out there, and they just have to get some of those and apply it within themselves. And it will really be good to expose students as young as they are with regards to concepts within cybersecurity. And with regards to the cultural thingy earlier, maybe that, if we're going to start early, they might change their perspective because they might get the interests while they are learning it from the beginning that they started learning, and it will be more on developmental because the curriculum said so. So if they would be able to get that interest, it would really not be very, very difficult for them to go into that field. But one thing that is really, really important is that we really need to give opportunities for these specific students to learn and also maybe to practice what they have learned. Because if we're not going to give opportunities for them, that will be very, very difficult also. And, you know, it will bring down their interest. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And we have had hands up somewhere in that quarter, 2 hands up. Okay, so who was the first one?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Simba. First, thank you very much for allowing me to put through a couple of comments. The first is I'm very encouraged by this panel because there were more women than men. For that reason alone, I'm encouraged that that the world is headed in the right direction. My questions are sort of a reflection a little bit on my colleague from Gambia, his point around the bank. And one of the things that I was raising is I suspect, and you know, I must just put a proviso and say that I'm not in the cybersecurity space at all. I work with SMEs, particularly those in green infrastructure and trade. And so I think one of the things we found when asking them about cybersecurity, because we're looking at those who are in the digital space a little bit, is, you know, what are your thoughts around digital and around cybersecurity? And very few of them have anything to say about that. And so I suspect there's an issue of having not been burnt. You know, so if even a national government is waiting until their fingers get burnt, what more for some of the smaller players in the space to act? And I think my first question then is, how do we encourage them to act before getting their fingers burnt? You know, the proverbial parent telling you not to touch the plate. How do we tell the SMEs this? And then a second point around that is creation of this talent pipeline. I liked the idea of this talent pipeline, but I find it at odds with the idea of unpaid internships, particularly with these small businesses. And I think there's a role that small businesses can play in the development of particularly those with very little experience. And I would just like some comments around that. What role do you think small businesses can play in the training of particularly the unexperienced? Thank you.
Thank you a lot. So we will collect just one more input, and then I will pass the floor to our speakers to respond.
Okay, thank you so much. So my name is Mali Zalalem. I am from Ethiopia. I am a manager of Elevate, which is a tech company. So currently we've identified all the problems and solution regarding cybersecurity, and most of the problems being the lack of teachers, resources, opportunities, infrastructures, and so on. And some of the solutions that we've come up with are motivating the youth, especially women, working on education, internships, awareness, and so on. So one of my questions is, why haven't there been a platform where cybersecurity enthusiasts can come together and share information regarding cybersecurity? It could be creating opportunities for each other, or just sharing normal information with each other, because awareness only, I don't think that'll cause a lot of good progress, because with the tech information that the youth have, it's easier to cause harm and be like a hacker and then sell information on the black market. Like, they can make millions because they lack this source and awareness and this internship opportunities that we've discussed about. So can we create this platform where the youth can come together and share knowledge with the different generations that have like already made it up there and have like the jobs, the descriptions, and so on, so we can reduce the cyber attacks and being hackers to the youth?
Thank you a lot for all the questions and all the inputs. So now I am giving the voice to our speakers, maybe in the same order as previously. So Nancy, start here. Okay. Okay, Anna, so you were chosen to be the first one.
But should we now address what we've heard, or also come up with our final statements? In what moment we are? Both? Okay, oh my God, it was so many interesting things coming from the room. I totally resonate with our colleague from Philippines and what you said about the early education, because this is my field of my competences. Yes, so education is absolutely crucial, because then you don't have those cultural bias, because you learn from the very beginning. I'm not sure if I caught your idea well about those fingers burned, but I would like to concentrate also on parents, because about parents and fighting those also cultural bias, we observe two options. They all would like to be the guardians, like to protect, or make their kids addicted, but they are very rarely guides. So they don't like see themselves as the guides online as well, the guides of how the kid can be expert in technology. They all give a phone, smartphone especially, or give technology and leave alone, or just, perceive themselves as a protectors, just not to happen something bad there. But they also need to be guides also online, like they are guides offline, on how to develop, on how to become a professionals in life. And what's also for me is very crucial are those trainings and courses, because we've said a lot about early education, we've said a lot about inclusiveness, and we have many people who really would like to become cybersecurity experts. We have people who would like to change jobs, because together with the digital revolution, we have many people who really will have to change jobs and to adapt to the world that is changing. But it's a huge problem, because as was said in the report, but it was also said here, I think among also speakers, there's a huge expectation even for the entry-level employees. So the industries always expect, the companies expect that you will come with a lot of experience that you don't actually have. So some free courses, free trainings, cooperation between many different institutions to be able to finance also those trainings is really on a huge importance, I think, to get really cybersecurity people and to get cybersecurity people to the places that they are really needed, like we've heard here, that there is only few of them, and the needs are absolutely enormous. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Anna. Maybe now I will give the floor to our online panelist, Mohammed.
Oh, thank you. So what I would like to raise the issue is that we are talking about cybersecurity because for the security of the digital space that is intertwined with our physical space. We need to have a very competent cybersecurity professional and a very competent pool of cybersecurity professionals all over the world. So what I am thinking is that we cannot solve this issue if we take different issues separately. We need to think about it in a more holistic way. Perhaps we need to create an ecosystem perhaps an ecosystem of demand of cybersecurity professionals, and corresponding to that, we should have a good training programs as well, in both in the universities and other diploma or polytechnics. So what I would say is that if you take an example of the GDPR, so what it did, that it requires an appointment of a data protection officer. So what does a DPO does is that it is required by the GDPR for every organization to have a DPO. So what the GDPR created is that it created a demand of around 75K DPO officers. And so what we could think from, what we could get from this pattern is that we don't have any security and privacy related framework in most of the countries around the world. It is limited to very few countries. So if we force our legislation, our member parliaments and all other legislative bodies to come up with the frameworks for cybersecurity and privacy, we would in effect create a good ecosystem of a good demand of cybersecurity professionals, which will be enforceable by law. So what it would in effect create is we would have a more focus on training of such professionals, and with that we would have a very good pipeline of cybersecurity institutions who are producing cybersecurity professionals and who are easily employed by the different organizations all over the country. And to answer one of the question from our one of the participants, when we are talking about paid or unpaid internship, it is a very big issue, particularly as raised for small businesses. Many of them are not able to actually pay for internship, but perhaps we may require some sort of arrangement where training can happen, but without incurring a cost on the organizations. One option is that we could instead award academic credits for such internships. And yeah, I mean, that could be one option. And also right now, because we are actually getting towards the conclusion of the session, I would like to highlight the recent developments of cybersecurity in India. We have data protection bill currently in India, as well as the amendment law for the telecommunication bill as well. So what it has done, similar to GDPR, it has also made it a requirement that every organization should have certain privacy compliance officers and similar posts. And what I think is that in the future it will force the universities and the other institutions to create programs to cater to such positions, and it will, in essence, will create a lot of jobs and a lot of good pipeline for a healthy cybersecurity job environment. Yeah, that is my input. Thank you.
Thank you a lot, Mohammed. And Nancy?
I will contribute my answer to part of her question about young people and what they can do apart from creating awareness in the cybersecurity. I also think it's also an initiative by young people to reach out to those at least who have made progress in their career in cybersecurity, to seek mentorship from them, because it's different from when people seek something and when they are really curious to learn from those who have gone ahead, they can really benefit a lot, and they can take less time to get to where they want to be than when they are trying to figure out everything on their own. And then as young people too, building our curiosity to a level whereby we are open to taking initiative and putting ourselves out there to show interest in things that we want, that can really help us to move closer to our goal and to be professionals of today, not tomorrow, because we are living today. Thank you.
So I guess I'm the one that is going to round up since I've gotten to my class. And usually when you're speaking last, everyone has said all that can be said, but I'll still find some gaps, as you were saying. So first of all, there's the I won't say misconception, but there's the belief that cybersecurity is expensive, and in real sense, it is. However, there are inexpensive ways to go about security. So I'll come to that in an SMEs in a bit. But first, I want to talk about, briefly just highlight that there's a role of government. Okay, no matter what you want, in most countries, if not in every country, anything you want to do that has impacts nationally needs the government's input, both financially, the political will, the policies, and many other things, the laws that will shape shape and drive that initiative. So I think it's a role of government. In Nigeria, occasionally we have some capacity building initiatives, some seminars, conferences, some things along those lines to try and boost knowledge of the industry, to raise the awareness, like we are talking about here. And so, but there's still a lot more that can be done by government, obviously. So I'm just trying to highlight that government has a role to play. It's not all just on the heads of the SMEs. And now coming to the SMEs, I feel like they have less to lose. Sorry to put it that way, but I feel like they have less to lose. So it's the perfect, it's like a fertile ground to come and practice and learn. And so in an SME, I feel like you have, there's more room for like an intern to practice certain things. Worst case, you give them an isolated environment where they can't damage the production environment. Worst case. But I'm saying that because the organization is smaller, there are fewer maybe computers to monitor or servers to handle. There are fewer things to do generally. It's for me, I feel like it's the best place for an intern to learn. And then maybe going further, they can get opportunities in bigger organizations. But that's just my personal opinion anyways. And I think SMEs are more in number than the big organizations. I mean, if you want to compare how many organizations are as big as Google, you may not have more than maybe 500 in the whole world, or maybe 1,000 in the whole world. But if you want to count the number of SMEs that use technology in Nigeria alone, so I'm sure we get the gist. If every SME creates 2 internship positions, we'll probably swallow up the interns who are looking for opportunities. So that's, again, my personal opinion. Then, like I said, there are inexpensive approaches to cybersecurity. We have open source tools that can be used. A lot of organizations will give you some of their tools for free. Some will give you a trial period. Some will make it discounted or cheap. And this has spanned into the cybersecurity education industry. We now have platforms like TryHackMe or Hack the Box and many others who are providing either free or cheap platforms that students can go and learn. And they are able to interact with some environments that mimic the real world environment. Excuse me. So someone who goes through that kind of program for 4 months, 6 months, you expect them to be at an advantage than someone who goes to a university for 4 years and they are just taught with presentation slides or even with a marker on the board, right? And so I feel like we need to leverage these inexpensive avenues. And coming back to the SMEs, they can, like I said, you can leverage the tools. You can also, sorry, I just lost what I was about to say. You can leverage the tools, and there's a lot of content online. You can go on YouTube. There are some podcasts that are daily, some are weekly, some are monthly. So you don't even need to be an expert to enlighten yourself about security. And for the SMEs, their IT guy or their cyber guy can always get this free content online to equip themselves. And this, like I said, it ties back to education. And then on the question on collaboration, I feel like we're trying as far as we can, to be honest, especially in Nigeria, and I think even to an extent in Africa. I'm not sure I go for any conference and I meet a security person from Africa and we don't exchange our details and we don't try to think of what can we do together. I think it's normal. And at the very least, we have a webinar, at least on awareness, or on how to get into the industry. So I think to an extent, there's some collaboration. However, I think it's hampered by funding. A lot of us do these things out of pocket or voluntary. So you can expect that there's limits to the impact you can make. And I also think we're not enough, like my brother from Gambia said. He said there are just about 5 top people. In Nigeria, I think there's a report that said there are about 3,500 certified. So it may be more, but our population is over 200 million. So, just before you start clapping. So I think we're doing what we can. Again, we're not enough hands to mentor or to teach. There are only so many hours in a day. we probably all have our day jobs, so we're doing those things in our free time when we should be spending with family or sleeping or playing football or any other thing we like to do. So I think those are some of the limitations we have. Okay, I'm going to skip my last point because somebody said a bit about it. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. So I think that our speakers just did a very good wrap up of our session. So thank you a lot for being here, Anna, Nancy, Samaila, and Mohammed online. A big thank you also to our online moderator who has been making sure through the whole meeting that our Zoom participants are not being left alone without the right to have a voice. So big thank you to Pedro Lana from ISOC Brazil. And also thank you to our rapporteur, Rafał Plabucki from Silesian University Cyber Science. And a big thank you to our audience for being very active participants. It was great to listen to your comments, to your thoughts, and for asking questions. It is always good to have active people on site. So thank you a lot, and I really hope that it was an insightful session for you. Thank you. Tak, że sobie nie siedzą na telefonach. Nie, więc bardzo fajnie widać, że przyszli, bo byli zainteresowani, a nie potrafili przypadkiem, zresztą tu się myślę nie da. Nie, tu się nie da. Ale chyba to się powietrze. Tak, tak jak się wyszło, to był koszmar. Teraz jest tak już przyjemnie. Wiem, z Piotrkiem weszliśmy wcześniej i można było normalnie korzystać z tego. Dobra, ale super, to wszystko
basically do is we're working or have worked for the last 3 years with about 25 USAID missions around the world. So I'm leaving here on Friday to go to Cambodia for 2 weeks. But the reason I want you're the Gambian government official, right? Okay, I'm pretty sure. Good. It's you said that you, and I'm certain it's an exaggeration, that you've got 5 cyber cities in the country, right? But probably 10, 15, I don't know. No, literally 5. Really? Okay.
This is my unofficial method. So before you leave the stage, I'm making official before you leave the stage so that their witnesses. So it's really nice sharing from you. And I want to talk to you about
the basics. Thank you for the two-factor.
Ghassan will be moderating our workshop entitled Protecting Shared Computation, Cloud Security. Just to think about cloud security or the cloud in itself, it's an emerging technology. It doesn't have more than 20 years. But to break the abstraction of what the cloud means, we need to understand what society is. Cloud computation is about sharing. It's about the devices being connected in an infrastructure where the computational ability of it can be accessed through all. So in our race of creating an internet for all, cloud computation is a way and a mechanism that can actually improve how we get there. Our workshop will be based on some policy questions that reflect on the nature of the internet. The internet in itself has three major principles of it being open to boost accessibility, decentralized in a matter that each and everybody can have access to it, and end-to-end, which means a secure pathway to get there. It's the same as understanding that you need to go somewhere and get something. You need to know how you get there through the road, the data, and also the mechanisms to get you there. What I'm trying to say is that there are standards and protocols in any mechanisms that can ensure security. And security today is ubiquitous to everything. We secure our thoughts, we secure our homes, and how do we secure data, especially on the internet? We have a list of incredible speakers today who will be taking their time to actually dissect the topic and give us different perspectives on what we mean when we say cloud security and actually why it is important. To begin with you, Juliana, why do you think this is important? And I would like you to speak at a protocol level. What are the standards that are important in setting or incentivizing more security, that accessibility of the cloud is ubiquitous to everybody, that each and everybody can get that end-to-end data that they want?
Thank you so much, Carson, and thank you, Nancy, as well, for the invitation to be here today. It is a pleasure to talk to you all about this topic, especially after COVID, in which we can meet in person. So as Gabriel rightly said, in the last few years, cloud computing has shifted from being simply a buzzword to becoming an actual practice, a mainstream practice in industry. There are, of course, a lot of reasons for this. It's a very convenient model of computing because it allows organizations to basically use on-demand computing resources such as networks, such as servers, such as software, which they can maintain without having to be the owners of this technology. So it is possible nowadays, for instance, for a startup to have a scalable business model without having to own an entire warehouse of servers or without having to build software from scratch. So it is a very important business model for startups and growing businesses to save money on resources and to be able to scale up their business models. So this is the importance of cloud security today, because when you outsource your infrastructure, you're also going into risks for privacy, from a privacy standpoint, and also from a cybersecurity standpoint. And I'm not here saying that these risks only exist because of cloud. Some of them already existed before in more traditional ways of computation. However, many of them are potentialized because of the cloud and the way the architecture of the cloud is designed. So for instance, when we're talking about storage, if you're storing data remotely, you're running into the risk of doing cross-border data flows. There are a series of liability discussions around this. When we're talking about network, if you're building your resources on a remote server, you rely on the internet infrastructure and you are subject to network risks that are associated with using cloud infrastructure as well. And without mentioning as well, authentication and identity management risks, because when you don't own your own servers, you have to trust your cloud provider that there will be enough security in the premises so that people won't physically have access to this infrastructure without having the right to do so. But also on your own side, as Gabriel rightly mentioned, this is a shared architecture. You also need to have your own protocols for identity management. So not only the cloud provider should comply to cybersecurity best practice, but also the companies that rely and the organizations that rely on this infrastructure and in the service in general. So answering your question, I think when we're talking about shared responsibility, we cannot only say that cloud providers are the ones that should comply with protocols and good practice. They obviously should, but they are not the only agents involved in this. So the organizations and the individuals using cloud services should have also at their own end write protocols and best practices on how to deal with this infrastructure. And there are already a series of regulations and frameworks being developed at global level that deal with how to have secure shared infrastructure for computational resources. The ITU, for instance, is one of the organizations that works on building standards for cybersecurity on the cloud and in shared infrastructure as well. But also this needs to consider the sizes of organizations, because when we have a startup of 10 developers working 12 hours to maintain a service, cybersecurity should also be inserted into their list of priorities. And if the standards and the models that are built globally are too abstract or hard to implement for small companies and companies coming from the global south, then you're only protecting one end of the equation there. You're only protecting your cloud providers that are able to comply with these standards and they're able to implement them on a practical level. So differences in size and also in the region where organizations are located should also be taken into consideration. So there should be more incentive for these organizations who are smaller, who have less resources, can also invest and maintain a reliable system using shared computational resources. I probably already spoke more than time allows, so I'll give the floor back to my fellow moderators.
Thank you very much, Juliana, and that's quite interesting what you've said. The importance of actually having regulation and cross-data flows across the globe. We will go to Ihita. Ihita, if you heard what Juliana said, I think it's important to note that today we have billions of devices connected, our phones, IoT devices, and you have experience working with the IoT architecture. Do you think that the framework that exists in terms of the OSI model, in terms of the TCP/IP protocol model, actually is made or designed in a secure manner? And what should we do to actually integrate it in a mechanism that can actually promote the basics of security? Ihita, if you're online.
Yes.
Welcome.
Yes. Thank you, Carson. Hi, everyone. Fortunately, I couldn't be there in person in Ethiopia this year. Yes, so I am Ihita. I work in IoT security, and cloud happens to be a very important component when we are dealing with IoT and data and storage and processing. So, you know, even in our classes, you know, when I was doing my bachelor's, we were told that TCP/IP was initially just designed for networking purposes, and all the security aspects are more or less retrofit solutions on them. So I think as we are moving forward, we are burdening the TCP/IP architecture protocol stack with retrofit solutions to security solutions based on our use cases, based on our requirements and applications. But just since I'm coming from a very technical point of view, I just wanted to clear it for the audience as to what do we mean by where does IoT come when we're dealing with cloud. So IoT devices are, you could consider your smart refrigerator or a baby monitor, for example, or your devices that you talk to. You have Alexa and a lot of others. I'll refrain from taking names. So all of these devices are, IoT devices are generally dumb devices. You know, they usually just gather the data and they don't do any most of the times they don't do any processing on site, and then they kind of send the data to a server or a database where the data is stored, is analyzed, insights are generated, and then after which, based on that, an end user receives these insights, and then based on the queries that the end user has put, they get the required services. So in cloud, in simple terms, for anyone would mean the internet, right? So generally in a cloud architecture, you'll have a front end and back end. If you've heard, there's a lot of software engineers are doing front end and back end engineering. So front end is basically your client, us, the end users. We look at a user interface where we type a query, we're requesting a web page, for example. And then back end is where this data processing, management, access controls are implemented. So when we talk about security for cloud from a technical point of view, you are not just looking at cloud computing meaning not just the servers, the database, and anything that comprises of storing of your data and its management. You're talking about from the very beginning at the source of your data. That could be your IoT device itself. An IoT device, a basic use case would be a device, a bunch of sensors that sense the temperature, gather some particulate matter or CO2 levels in the atmosphere, and send it to a particular server for storage. The insights that you generate out of it using machine learning and deep learning algorithms is what is where the intelligence happens. So when you're talking about security, you're talking about these end hardware devices. You're talking about the kind of communication protocols that these devices use, which could be Wi-Fi, 5G. India has recently adopted 5G, and you have LoRaWAN, a lot of communication technologies which are different in the way that they are made and they operate. After which this data goes to your cloud for processing, and then you apply some intelligent algorithms and you have some insights. So for this entire stretch, you need security. You need security best practices for the entire stretch. And when you look only from a cloud security point of view, you have Juliana just mentioned that it's not just the organization that is running the cloud computing services, but you'll have everybody else who is liable for the data, for the security of the services and application. Because as let's say, for example, if you're looking at cloud infrastructure itself, you'll also need access control policies. First of all, it's important to authenticate who is sending the data, right? So that there is no fake data that is generated and stored in your systems. Then you need authorization controls. You need to know who is authorized to what role. For example, do they have the authority to modify the data, delete the data, or do they just have the authority to retrieve and send the data? So this is, and you'll also need some controls with respect to regular internal and external audits. You need mechanisms and tools of visibility into your network, into your computing storage, and your entire infrastructure, basically. So when you talk about this, your securing of your infrastructure, you have to enforce compliance, you need to practice due diligence. Even the employees in your organization need to be aware of the best practices. They shouldn't fall prey to phishing attacks and any kind of attacks that affect availability, confidentiality, and integrity of your data and services. Then you need moderation, then you need authentication protocols. So there's a lot of things going on, and this is where you have standardization. Like Juliana mentioned, ITU. There's also the European Telecommunication Standards Institute, ETSI at sea, that has a cloud standards coordination working group that is working particularly on cloud security. Then you have the ISO standards. Most of you might have heard of ISO, the International Organization for Standardization, that has this particular control. It's called ISO 27001, which I have personally worked with and learned how to comply, create systems and organizations that comply with this standard, which provides security techniques, and it also has a particular aspect that focuses on cloud and non-cloud applications and their security. Then there's also ISO 1944. I won't get into the details as such, but this particular standard talks about cloud computing and basically computing of distributed platforms. How is the data supposed to flow? What are the categories of data? You need to have separate controls for sensitive data. How do you define your users? How do you define a particular access to a particular data? And who are your cloud service vendors? How are they accredited? So all of this is defined in the standard. And this way, there are lots of standards that your organization can comply to incorporate security and security best practices in their in the kind of services that they're providing and in their infrastructure.
Thank you very much, Shahida, for that. And it's important what you said, that there's so much that goes into the cloud infrastructure, and it's not just the role of the technical community that is actually building it. There is also the policy and the standard setting that is important. Sarah, if you could just pick up from what Ihita said, and basing on the simple perimeters that confidentiality, integrity, and authenticity are quite important in any security. Do you think that the cloud infrastructure that's available now in Africa, and now considering that ICANN has developed a new root server in Nairobi that can actually put more cloud accessible to the people, do you think that the infrastructure that's available is actually built by security, by design, and what are the gaps that exist in actually improving this that the people can actually utilize and innovate upon?
Okay, thank you, Gabriel. So just to pick on what Hita was talking about, the internet today. So if you think about the internet today, it's millions of connected nodes. They're communicating with each other. And then you have another layer with IoT devices. And I've seen like in the billions, people are connecting their jackets to the internet. They're connecting like things that you'd not even imagine that would be connected to the internet. They are not, you need the core of the internet to be secure in order for you to do information exchange securely. If we think about the African continent, I think you've gone to so many panels at this IGF and you've had people saying that we still have a very long way to go. I've had people estimating just the people who are connected between 20% and 30%. That means we still have a long way to get people to reach that level where people are connected. We still, I think I heard in one of the sessions, people are saying some African countries don't even have data protection laws. So that's another layer that you need to think about. We don't have the laws, we don't have connectivity, we still have issues around digital literacy. And literacy can be on many levels. The first level of literacy is where you have the basic understanding to use these technologies. The other layer is the understanding to legislate. So you cannot even do legislation if you don't understand how these technologies work. So we still have a really long way to go, though I think there is opportunity for us to, like convene and put something together. When that will happen or through which body, is something I think we have to discuss this forum.
Thank you very much. Just to add on that, the cloud itself is actually quite connected to the internet, and the TCP/IP protocol is important in that. Do you think that IPsec and DNSSEC is quite important in being enforced as a mechanism to ensure that cloud security is quite functional?
Yeah, so I think I would say that security is not a black and white thing. So you can never be very secure or you cannot be not secure. It's a bit more nuanced. Because if I do a poll right now and I poll the people on the panel, for example, or the people in the room and ask them, what does security mean to you? Everyone has their own understanding of what they think security is. The challenge with having these different levels of understanding, so to some people, it may be two-factor authentication. To some people, security may mean having, a public key and private key to verify identities. To some people, it may be having a level of trust in a manufacturer and so on and so forth. The challenge with having this kind of different understanding in what security means is that that's what happens at manufacturing level. So manufacturers also have their own understanding and they will just do what feels most comfortable for them. So what feels comfortable for a manufacturer may not necessarily be something that is good for end users. And I think that's why we need to have some sort of best practices. So we have a level at which we all agree that this is what security means to all of us, and then start from there. And then we start to push some of these things from there. But right now, I think the challenge we have is that everyone is just doing what they think is best for them and security at that level. So I hope that answered the question.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And it's good that you shared that security now does not have a single meaning, but security in its sense, it should be ubiquitous to everybody. We need to be able to, if you can secure our lives and our properties and our thoughts, it's important to say that at the least basic element, we should define the nomenclature and the structure of what security means. So we have been discussing about this cloud edge computing, and I'd like to welcome Nancy here just to give us a brief of what cloud computing means, what edge computing means, and share your reflections based on what we've heard from all the speakers. What do you want to share, and what is more important in creating more understanding, as we see there's a big capacity gap and a competency gap based on the big emerging technology terms we've been discussing now?
Thank you, Carson, for this opportunity. I will share by saying that most organizations have adopted cloud computing to a varying degree within their businesses or organization. However, with this adoption of the cloud comes the need to ensure that organizations' cloud security strategy is capable of protecting threats that come up with cloud security. And some of those threats include misconfigurations, unauthorized access, all the way to malicious attacks and cyber attacks. But most of the time, when people in organization or businesses are not well equipped with necessary skills on how to mitigate this risk, is usually a problem, and especially to our continent in Africa. We are still developing and we still have a long way to go. And with organizations facing such security concerns regarding cloud computing, despite the fact that these organizations have moved their sensitive data to important applications in the cloud, most of them don't have access to the infrastructure part of the data. So there's still less control of what they can really do, and in terms of security part. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. You come from academia and also a technical background. So what do you think is a signage mechanism that can happen to create better understanding in terms of secure infrastructure or security by design when deploying cloud infrastructure, especially in the African context?
One, I will say one obvious one. We need to be more aware of, first of all, the mechanisms of data that we expose to the cloud. And if our people are well equipped to understand and to know the risks involved and how well we can mitigate, we will be able to prevail.
Thank you very much. That is quite interesting. To learn about the cloud as a mother technology, we have to understand that it represents a core structure that brings a lot of these emerging technologies, AI, 5G, together. But when you have these technologies coming together without an understanding, the user mostly faces the biggest difficulties. So Innocent, I want you to speak from a user perspective, knowing that the user is the biggest error point in all the security chain. As an end user, what do you think is your responsibility in ensuring that when you're accessing the cloud, you are accessing it right and in a mechanism that can actually ensure privacy as well as potency and authenticity of the data you share and the services that you want?
All right, thank you very much. My name is Innocent. So just before I answer that question, one thing I'd love to say is that Juliana here mentioned that the cloud is actually convenient, yeah, but we also realize that it is a cheaper option, yeah, compared to having to build the infrastructure, data centers, and all that. But at what cost do we get this conveniency and low cost? Yeah. As a user, of course, most of us don't take that initiative to actually know where our data goes or who keeps it or if there are laws that are governing its protection and all that. I can give an example. For example, when you're installing an app, yeah, there are usually terms and conditions, but mostly we don't read them. But also, even though we read them, I mean, you don't have a choice, right? You don't have a choice in most cases. If you don't accept, then you don't get access to the application. And so definitely, when you're really in need of the app, you end up accepting. So as a user, it starts with you learning what is at stake here. Yeah, we do agree that there's so many loopholes. Yeah, because for example, like for Africans, our data is not being stored here. No, yeah, but to what extent do we trust the one who is keeping the data or where the data is actually going? Yeah, it is a question. I think it's a question of can we trust or we cannot trust? Then if we cannot trust, then what do we do about it? Because as a user, your power to influence how that data is being stored or the laws that are governing it might be so limited. Yeah, because you don't have authority, like you're not a policymaker. But the best I think I can do as a user is influencing policy making or influencing awareness, as they said, to the right channels. Yeah, if it is, for example, my ministry that is responsible for ICT and all that, yeah, do they know that actually citizens' data is being stored outside the country and it could be at risk? Do they know that the privacy of those citizens can actually be infringed? Yeah, so I think that is the starting point for me as a user who now knows what is at stake. Yeah, and from that we can go to the next stage. Yeah, of now having, for example, our own systems. Yeah, locally we can localize it. Then that way we can be able to have our own data being stored right here on our own soil, and also to the capacity bit of it. Yeah, how many people actually in our countries understand cloud computing, and to what extent do they understand it, the benefits and the doubts? Yeah, that's for me. Yeah, thank you.
It is quite great that you mentioned the role of digital security literacy in a communal sense, because when we say shared computation, it means we are sharing the resources, and before you can share something, you need to know the sense of duty that you have to it. Example, how ownership is important. When you own something, you can actually have more precedent to secure it. So ownership of the infrastructure is a mechanism that can actually boost more and rally more societal engagement in pushing for security. But I'd like to say that what is the role of ownership and localization of cloud infrastructure has to play in actually creating a secure framework that people can actually trust and engage with. And this is open to anyone here on the panel. Maybe we begin with you, Juliana.
Thank you, Gabriel. I think I really like the comment made by Sarah on how we have different perspectives on security. Maybe it's a coincidence or not, but yesterday my mother called me and she told me that her SIM card had been cloned and the hackers had access to her bank account. So in Brazil, for instance, this layer of security, having your SIM card to receive a text message to validate your access, might not be enough because we have different sorts of attacks and different threats that might not exist in other parts of the world. So security needs to be built from bottom up, as I already said. Different places have different contexts, and when you build a standardized thing that you think applies to every part of the world, they might be not seeing some gaps that are very local in nature. And I think I think most of cloud services, their nature, like at least the big ones, they're meant to be international, but they should also consider the local aspects of their functioning in order to be effective. And also the users and the organizations that make use of those services, they have a very important role in this, because they know their context, they know their clients, they know the limitations of their environment in terms of resources, in terms of know-how, as Innocent rightly mentioned, that some users don't even understand what's the concept of cloud computing when they accept to have their data transferred to another country or shared with a third-party company that is not directly involved in the transaction that has been done there. So I think all of us as members of the Global South, we have an important role as well to build awareness on this topic in our local context, because if we always rely on the protocols and the standards that are built to be held in Europe or the US or developed countries that have such different contexts, we might be missing some things that are right in front of us when it comes to security and to awareness among users and among organizations.
Thank you for that comment. Yauri, if you can hear me, how do you build up from what Juliana said, the importance of having local context and local mechanisms to build the security protocols, and being somebody who is actually in Europe and you seeing the GDPR in play, what do you think is the role that legislation plays in actually ensuring we have that local mechanisms of security by design when it comes to cloud services?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. I totally think that this is a very important topic. I have seen it here. Well, as I'm studying in Germany currently, I have seen it is a very wide topic in the country. It is a kind of technology that the public sector is using a lot. The ministries, even the schools, universities, in terms of health, like all the hospitals, and as well as the people that need to have social security, for example. Also security services such as the army and even the police are using this kind of technologies in Germany, at least. And it is also something that I compared with my country of origin, which is Costa Rica. I think the cloud has been also increasing in my country. And the things that we, of course, have different realities. We do not have a GDPR or like a really strong regulation in terms of data protection. We do have a law, but it is very weak, actually. By 2020, from 236 complaints that the Data Protection Agency received, just one of them were answered by the Data Protection Authority. So we really see that there is a huge, there's a total lack of protection for the citizens and also for society. And law enforcement is not really working in the country at the moment. And we have been living this in the last maybe 8 to 5 years, and we had different problems. And also with COVID, I think the situation has been worsened because many companies, even my university, they were using cloud, but we had also a lot of issues with the internet. Infrastructure risks, such as that we didn't have more access to the internet at some times, and as the university or other institutions had all the information in the cloud, it was a big problem because they couldn't work, they couldn't attend the people or the population in general that needed services. So it was a huge problem, and it's one of the issues that I think cloud security needs to improve, at least in the context of my country. So I think, the solution is trying to provide maintenance to this kind of services. Also, I think we should try to promote regular security audits of the services. Also trying to, at the moment of having a contract with a cloud service provider, trying to really see the responsibilities of each part and trying to see what person or what part has to do which function, so that everything's clear, and at least in a moment of crisis, or in a moment in which there is not more internet or not more access to the cloud, there is like another solution or like a plan B, so that we protect the citizens and they are not affected by these kind of risks. And also one aspect that I think is very important in terms of cloud is that there is not a perimeter like in local environments in which there is a perimeter. With this I mean that it cannot be controlled. Like when we are using the cloud, we cannot control the company that is providing us from this service, and we have to, in many of the times, just think that this company is doing what is right, but we cannot control sometimes if there are the appropriate security measures for each of the cases. So in this case of cloud computing, at least in my country, I would really recommend that it is necessary to enforce the data protection law so that we can at least, if we cannot control the service provided, if we cannot have control of the measurements and of the management that they are doing, at least if they're at risk, we can control the protection of the data of citizens that they have in their cloud. And yes, this is something that I wanted to add. And yeah, I will be glad to answer.
Thank you for your wonderful comment. We see that user-centric multi-layer security is important in every angle of technological development. And we are happy to be joined here by Mr. Ernest, who actually is involved with the ITU. Mr. Ernest, if you could share, what are the security implications and the considerations that the ITU considers when they're deploying cloud infrastructure?
Hello, everyone. My name is Enes Mafuta. I'm currently chairing the Affordable Internet Access at the Internet Society, as well as a member of the SG13 of ITU study group, which develops standards. This is all. Oh, wrong standard. All right, so to your question, Kassan, just allow me just to explain a few things on how standardization is being deployed. In my country, I sit on what we call the technical committee that adopts and develops standards for the ICT sector. So how we develop these standards is that we follow the recommendations that are set on an international level like ITU. Yeah. So we have different standards group settings like cloud computing and future networks, which is SG13. I'm sure Juliana has an yeah, she has an idea about that. Yeah, so in terms of security, we work with regulators from different parts of the world, private sector, or stakeholders involved. And we come together to find and to mitigate and how we can eliminate these threats that exist in the cloud computing. So when it comes to security, it's not something that we can just say we have eliminated, because every day threats are being born. Different threats are being born every day on the internet. Like everyone is being born every day with different mindsets, and they have a way of penetrating the architecture, design, and security. So what I can say is that even though I'm not an expert in standardization, but I think it's very important to focus more in developing standards of security and how we can ensure that the cloud is secure for use and it's trusted. Because one of the challenges that we have right now all over is the lack of trust in the cloud. It's a great tool and it's a great platform that I would really encourage that everyone to be using, but the lack of trust out there is so huge. And how do we come together to ensure that everyone trusts the cloud computing services? So I'll leave the answers to the room. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ernest. And it's important that you said that trust is important. We are under the theme that we want a common, resilient, and trustworthy internet under the IGF today. And as we have seen, it's important having that multi-stakeholder approach, building in each and every angle, in facilitating that security is quite something that is personal, private, and operational. So if I leave questions to you, audience, is security a standard or quite an objective? I want to hear your perspective and your questions based on this matter. What do you think we should do to secure the crowd and computation, knowing that we are in the age of consumerism 3.0, where everything is based on sharing and access? Please, you're welcome. Any questions, reflections, recommendations are welcome. Don't be shy, please. Ma'am, would you like to? No? Okay. Nancy, would you like to take that question? Any more reflections based on our subject?
I will say regulation is a big part. If we look at the data protection, the GDPR from the European Union. There is a lot of regulations on the data that can get out of their continent, compared to other continents like our own in Africa, whereby we don't have regulations. It's a lot to deal with. First of all, establishing standards that we actually need regulations in our continent. So it's an ongoing conversation that we need to think about, and we need to come up with solutions that can really favor our own. Thank you.
Thanks, Nancy, for the comment. I would just like to add to that. I think, of course, regulation is important, and building standards on a global level is quite important as well. But I think one of the gaps that we have in the market today is that people have difficulties translating what's in the regulation into actual practice. So when we're talking about cloud, we know that people that are developing services are probably the software developers, the software architects, the infrastructure engineers, and these people need to be aware of how to turn regulation into actual concrete lines of code and actual technical material that allows for security to be spread out throughout organizations. So regulations, of course, are quite important, but if they only exist in the abstract, then they have no practice. And together with that, we should also have authorities that enforce the standards and the regulations, so such as data protection authorities. They're starting to grow now around the world, but they're still lacking in many parts of the Global South, as we are well aware, being part of the Global South ourselves. So regulation, of course, is quite important, but we should not forget the practical implementation of it, so that the people who are designing the technology themselves know how to incorporate these standards and these principles into its very architecture. So this is when we talk about security by design, this is the idea. So security by design should be spread out in the technical world, not only in the legal world, not only in the policy world. There should be better means of communication between these channels, because right now we have a lot of beautiful things written on policy frameworks, on international regulations, but is this really being translated into actual practice, into actual code? And from a Latin American and African perspective, I think there are still a lot of gaps that we need to address.
Thank you. So inclusive decision making is important in that aspect, and as you said, that the architecture itself should be the act in terms of regulation. Innocent, in Africa we do have something called the Malabo Convention. Do you think it considers cloud security?
Very good, thanks for that question. I was actually going to mention the Malabo Convention and my complaints about it. One thing is that we do agree that regulation and policies are so important, but to what extent are we actually willing to put these regulations and policies on ground? The Malabo Convention, the last session I was in there, for it to be ratified, we need one more country to sign. Can you imagine one more African country has failed to sign the Malabo Convention on cybersecurity and data privacy? So meaning, in actual sense, it is not ratified. It is of no use to us when it's not ratified. Yeah. So I should say, for now, as Africa, we are lame in that aspect. So we don't expect to have arguments about privacy and how our data is being managed without we having something on ground that we can actually relate to, which is a policy that we have all agreed to. And then also, how sure are you that actually when the Malabo Convention comes into is actually ratified? I'm very sure there have been so many parliamentarians, and I'm very sure some have pledged to go and convince their countries to actually sign. At least we shall get maybe Tanzania to sign, and we can make the number to get the convention ratified. But how sure are we that as a continent, we are actually going to make use of this convention? Yeah, especially in the aspect of cloud. Yeah. Because we've seen so many conventions that are, I should call them lame. The implementation is a very big problem. Yeah, and we all know our challenge our challenge with the governments, especially here in our region. Governments have this mindset that they should be owning citizens. They want to know what you do. They want to know what every organization, what data, kind of data every organization has and what. So even though we are to, for example, say we now have our own infrastructure, cloud infrastructure in Africa, to what extent are we going to trust our countries?
That is quite a fascinating comment. But you know, in the sense that computation code itself is data. It's someone's thought. So I think it's quite personal. It's user-driven and user-centric. We should decentralize this meaning in forms of literacy and operations where each and every user understands the implications of what it means to be connected to the cloud and to any infrastructure, beginning the backbone infrastructure as well as the top level use cases, because most of us just understand the top level use cases without the hidden implications. And these are the angles or other doors which legislators or governments can actually use to create some sort of confusion or conflict of interest of what security means for the people versus what they do with it. So it's important for us as users, us as a community, to understand how we create this multilateral and multi-driven consensus of what it means to really be secure and to be connected on cloud. Because in the end, caring is sharing. And we are sharing this computational era, and it's important that we secure it for the benefit of the coming generations. I will still open up to you, audience, if you have any reflections and questions. And do we have any online questions, sir?
I wanted to add something to the discussion. Yeah. So the first thing, when you were talking about local context, I think something that we need to talk about when we talk about local context is relevance. So and value. So what value is this thing adding to me? If you're saying, okay, I want to connect this person to the internet, I want them to use cloud services, but what value is it adding to them? And if it adds value, people will use the product for the service. So I think we need to think about that. And when you're talking about context, there are so many things. There's language. Is it in a language I understand? Language from the point of view of tech language is very complex, but also in my local language. So I think we need to also think about some of these issues as we discuss. Then in terms of the multi-stakeholder model, I think Juliana mentioned that designers are missing on the table. I think we really need to before this thing becomes a product. So one thing I've been doing for the last 3 years is thinking about it at idea level, thinking about the design of IoT while it's still an idea. So I want to build this, I don't know, smart weighing scale. How can I embed values such as security, integrity, privacy, and trust at this level when it's still an idea before it goes even to be, before you even start doing the sketches and things like that. And the other part I think I'd like to add is that maybe we need to start teaching some of these things in our curriculum at high school and at university level. So teaching ethics in the curriculum so that as people are graduating and going to the job market, they're actually already thinking about ethics, they're thinking about trust, they're thinking about privacy and some of these other things. So we get them at the beginning before it actually becomes a product, and then we'll be here all over again complaining that this thing does not work the way we wanted it to work. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And it's important when you said that locality really breeds relevancy. We have a comment from Brad B. Rudovic, who said that this morning Gambia announced its signing for the Malabo Convention. So at last, that one sign that you're looking for, Innocent, has been there. And there's maturity and there's importance of having sessions like this where you have actually legislators and parliamentarians come and discuss with us and feel our pain and passion. So, Innocent, we did it. So, any more questions from the audience? Good. After all we have heard, all the reflections we need, I just want Nancy to do some closing remarks since you were the one who actually organized this. What do you think are the next steps, critical steps in ensuring cloud security?
Thank you so much, Carson, for being our moderator and bringing in the conversation in an interesting and engaging way. First of all, I've gotten some insights about cloud computing from a perspective of not being a technical, like I'm a technical person, but there are perspectives you cannot get from when you're technical and when you listen to actual users and the things they bring out and issues they articulate, like the signing of, you call it Malabo Convention. I wouldn't have known about that if I didn't join this meeting. So thank you so much for highlighting such issues and ongoing conversation of what Sarah mentioned about educating our users from when they are maybe right from school in issues of trust and ways they can grow up trusting that even if we have the cloud security, if we have cloud computing in our continent, how do we trust our data to share it commonly? And also going forward, ongoing conversation on things we can collaborate within the continents that have made it, like maybe Europe and America, and we see what things can we improve in our own continent. So thank you so much, everyone, and thank you to our panel speakers today and everyone who contributed today. Thank you.
And on that note, we are officially done. Thank you so much for joining us, and hopefully you will be way more protected when you join the cloud. Thank you.